chugidem, kafamenyo no akumu. Fajesia puta, afuno kumune musike. Fa kwagidem, kafa kwagwo bi mafia. Fajesia puta, afuno kumu musike. Aroma chuku na ndumu na fugo. Na chiani dembe na fugo. Aroma chuku na ndumu na fugo. Na chiani dembe.
My Afofo cannot be forgotten. Maybe them no one it away nothing. They got the lush at me wall of boxing. Window then I buy and wall of cotton. But I keep on believing. Pure water can nearly hustling.
On behalf of the Pharmacy Class 2003, I hereby present this award to you, Dr. Innocent Ibebunam. This is Peak of Career Award Male category. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next award is represented by pharmacist Ms. Sogajuku, and this award is going to one of your own, talking about your own amiable welfare officer / public relation officer, talking about Chief Farm Benedict Obebe. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and celebrate your own. And the award is tagged the most eminent career in pharmaceutical manufacturing. The citation, please. Alright. While we are trying to wrap up, this is the last award for tonight. After now, we will be going straight into the dance floor to shuffle and bustle. And I hope you're already putting on your dancing shoes. And PJFS2 is ready to thrill us. Just after this award, we'll go straight into the dance floor. And let's boogie. Thank you.
It's my honor to present this citation for Chief Ben Obebe, the Country Master. An award for the most eminent career in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Everybody can attest to that. In fact, two of his products are wonder medications. You see Conji and Spendu, they are wonder medications in my pharmacy. Chief Benedict Obebe, after graduation, internship and NYSC, was retained at his place of primary assignment, Ibunedio University Teaching Hospital, Okada, Edo State. He worked briefly before joining pharmaceutical marketing, working with Green Life Pharma, Maiden Pharma, and Archie Pharmaceuticals Limited. He rose through the rank to become national sales manager at a very. He left the pharmaceutical marketing career to set up Healthy Child Pharmaceuticals with interest in retail pharmacy, manufacturing, and distribution. Currently, Healthy Child Pharmaceuticals Limited has GMP to manufacture over 30 products registered by NAFDAC and contract to manufacture for about 5 companies. The company has, in addition, a beverage and water production section duly registered with NAFDAC. Chief then Ochiara Uturu is also the MD CEO title of Iha Bata na Imobi Ancient Kingdom. He is married to beautiful Chinenye, and the marriage is blessed with 8 wonderful children. Congratulations to them.
Overwhelming indeed.
It's my honor to present this award to our own. Shall we celebrate our own, please? Children.
Wow! At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, the night has been fast spent. I want to believe you're having fun already. And so you can hear the DJ scratching it. The music box is ready to keep us lively for the evening. DJ Effects Studio have the floor as I invite you all to step up, and let's begin. Thank you.
We'll start going to church for the Thanksgiving, which is at 10. So please, as we dance tonight, try to dance easy so that we can sleep and wake up tomorrow to go and thank God in the church. Thank you very much. I have a brief welcome remarks on page number 2 of your program. If you can permit me to quickly go through it. A welcome address by the coordinator Central Planning Committee. I'm very excited to warmly welcome you all to our inaugural reunion and 20th graduation anniversary, 5th to 7th April 2024 at Best Western Plus Hotel, Enugu. It was like yesterday that we graduated from the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, after nearly 6 years of friendship and academic odyssey. The academic sojourn was completed when our final year result was released on 31st of October 2003, followed by pharmacy oath taking ceremony on 10th December 2003. These milestone days, with the grace of God, gave us wings like eagle to fly as we shot out like morning stars around the world in our various fields of professional endeavor. Hail University of Nigeria, my alma mater. Let's hail her and rejoice for the sake of truth. On geographical spread, we have over 24 colleagues making positive impacts outside the shores of Nigeria in the United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Botswana, Ghana, South Africa, and other countries. In addition, we have leading business experts across Nigeria in Abuja, Akure, Awka, Asaba, Benin, Enugu, Jos, Lagos, Nsukka, Port Harcourt, Onitsha, Owerri, and other towns, improving human rights via their professional expertise. The UNN Pharmacy Cluster of 2003 are men and women of timber and caliber, hence our desire to come together as a group to felicitate amongst ourselves on over 20 years of graduation. On the professional achievement, our class boasts of over 24 chief executive officers, country directors and managers, project directors and managers, professors, pharmacy managers, pharmacy directors, deputy directors, assistant directors, pharmacy owners. We are also blessed with the clergies, fashion gurus, political experts, royalties, publicity and communication experts. We are really a gifted group of individuals that have been brought together by providence and tutored under brave and outstanding academic giants at UNN. Fortune favors the brave, as only those that are decisive and audacious can make impact around the world within and outside our professional association. Fortune has really smiled on us as brave men and women of valor from what we have all achieved. Hail University of Nigeria, my alma mater. Let us hail her and rejoice for the giant awaits. As we come together for this momentous occasion, being our inaugural reunion and 20th graduation anniversary, it is my aspiration that we will make use of this occasion to reconnect with each other again. This will enable us to rekindle the spirit of unity, joy, and friendship that we struck in the Lion's Den for 6 years as a group. It's my utmost desire that we also use this moment to further start looking out for each other and explore how we can support ourselves individually and also collectively to succeed and thrive around the world. I am also glad that we are using this reunion as an opportunity to restart welfare support for ourselves while also giving back to our alma mater via equipment donation. I want to sincerely appreciate all those that have contributed with their time, talents, and or treasures to ensure we have a successful reunion. My alma mater, noble are thy looks and thy ideals, and great art thou in science and in art. In all the realms of learning, thou art all sublime. The level of collaboration and support we have received as the Central Planning Committee, especially from our colleagues around the world that are only joining this reunion virtually, is very humbling. To our anonymous donor who provided major chunk of the financial support for this reunion but chose to remain unnamed, may the Lord bless you. As we come together during this period to celebrate and felicitate, I charge us all to even aspire for a bigger celebration when it's time for our Silver Jubilee celebration in 2028. With God keeping us healthy and alive, I charge us all to further dedicate ourselves as together we can achieve more. To our departed colleagues that started with us at the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Nigeria, on Monday, 16th of March 1998, when the doors of the university were opened for us, and along the various classes till our graduation, and those that passed on since graduation till present day, and to our departed lecturers and support staffs, may their souls continue to rest in peace. Amen. Finally, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to men and women that accepted the call to join the CPC for this reunion. They worked tirelessly, holding more than 3 hours online WhatsApp meetings fortnightly from Saturday, 13th January 2024. Along with so many subcommittee meetings, hours of phone calls and WhatsApp chats to organize this reunion. May the Lord bless you all for your dedication and service to humanity through this class. The untiring spirit of the CPC team is contagious and inspiring. I commend them for their dedication and service to the class. Once again, welcome to this momentous gathering. Please relax, reconnect, and enjoy the reunion to the glory of God and magnanimity of you all. Thank you and God bless.
To swing into the lecture, and I know the guest lecturer is already online talking about Supreme Twill. Eziokwu. Please, can we put our hands together for this great personality? Can we clap for him? As he's getting ready, he will be talking to us about creating sustainable wealth and the face of challenging economic conditions. And to present him and unfold his personality, I'd like to quickly hand over the microphone to one of your own pharmacists in the USA. Thank you.
Good day. Like he said, our first presentation is creating sustainable economic in the face of challenging economic conditions, presented by Sir Prince Will Childara Eziokwu ACA. Sir Prince Will is a young professional accountant, holds a BSc Honours in Accounting from Imo State University, Owerri. He is an associate member, Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is a member, Institute of Internal Auditors, member, Pan-Africa Chamber of Commerce and Industry, associate member, program officer, Young African Leaders Network. He is currently running a master's in development finance at the University of Ghana Business School with interest in SME, agri-financing, climate finance, impact financing, and sustainability finance. As professional finance and investment analyst, Mr. Prince has written books on stock and investment and has written many articles, most recently Surviving in Times of Economic Downturn, Development in Accounting Profession on Emerging Economies, being a paper presented at the Second International Academic Conference organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, May 2016. In 2007, he received an award as the best accounting student in Nigeria by the Association of National Accountants of Nigeria. Sir Eziokwu has published many papers including Effect of Brexit on Emerging Economies, Refinancing Nigeria Out of Recession Without Selling the NLNG, Trump's Economic Plan, Effect on Emerging Economies, Economic Waste, the Tale of African Economies. Now that Nigeria has signed the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, then achieving universal health coverage in Nigeria with diaspora remittances. Interesting. Sir Prince is a facilitator with LifeTrack, a youth organization that focuses on helping the youth build a sustainable business venture. He served in the team that reviewed the macroeconomic assumptions of the 2017 and 2018 federal government budgets, where he made quite remarkable recommendations to the National Assembly. In 2022, he presented a paper titled Engineers and the Challenge of Abandoned Projects for the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He was also part of the team that reviewed the proposed renewable energy mix, introduction of coal and nuclear energy sources into the energy grid. Prince is a popular voice on air, including radio and TV, addressing different public finance and policy issues. In 2017, he was nominated by the Central Bank of Nigeria to represent Nigeria at the World Bank IMF Spring Conference in Washington, D.C., USA. In 2021, he was one of the lead trainers for the CBN ACGSF loan facilitation, where he trained many SMEs and developed viability and feasibility studies that helped them attract the single-digit loan support from the CBN. Prince trains for Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria for Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria on regulatory compliance and COSO framework. He trained over 200 SMEs on financial and risk management in Abuja for the Stanbic IBTC Bank for the Northeast and North Central region. He was engaged by the Development Agency International as the African lead trainer for the Leap Africa project, where he trained women in agribusiness on financial management and entrepreneurship. He has conducted organized capacity assessment for over 20 organizations in Nigeria, helping them in critical understanding their pathway to success. Prince is the CEO of Footprints Luxury Homes and Properties Limited, a young innovative real estate company based in Abuja with en route into the south and southeast part of Nigeria. He is also the Managing Director of Pave West Integrated Services Limited, a medical equipment supply company also based in Abuja. Sir Prince Wezuki is a member of the Knight of St. Christopher and is happily married with 2 beautiful daughters. Distinguished ladies, let's put our hands together for Sir Prince Wezuki.
A bench of honorable, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to receive from our resource person. So, Sir Prince Will, you have the floor now. Thank you so much.
Meet everybody.
Your microphone.
Okay. So there was increase in the electricity tariff. We'll talk about that. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank a few days ago raised the NPR by 400 basis points. One thing is, if you go through what the Central Bank Monetary Policy Committee talks about being the reason for raising this rate, they consider the inflation rate, the perceived excess liquidity in the economy, and then to the best of their knowledge, they consider increasing the rate by over 400 basis points. So it was a very massive increment. Now, we are also aware that 2 weeks ago, the Central Bank also issued bonds that at 19% that were, I think, oversubscribed at 100%. Of course, we bought that particular bond as BTC, but everybody with cash also procure. So the Central Bank can just take their splitting corridor around the area was 100 minus 700 basis points from the previous 100 minus 700, that is 400 points. So to increase the cash reserve ratio, I know why I'm taking us through this route, because we want to talk about creating sustainable wealth, but we need to create this sustainable wealth in the context of an economy, and this is the current economic situation we have in Nigeria. So it's important that we understand where the economy is, we understand the thinking about the policy makers, and then that will help us to know how to chart our course as far as building a sustainable wealth is concerned. So to raise the cash reserve ratio from 32.5% to 45%, what this means for a non-technical person is that basically is saying for every 1 naira that the bank they receive as deposit from depositors, only 55 kobo should be released. Now, increased unemployment rate average of 33.3%, with youth unemployment averaging over 6%. All this has one singular impact in the economy. One, increase in debt, because ultimately the cost of building materials and what have you will increase. And of course, in Nigeria, there are limited costs and people do not adhere to rent out. So this is more or less a landlord market. So there is increase in transport fare. One particular concern with transport fares or transportation costs is that it's attributed directly to inflation. Because what happens is that because of the poor nature of our regulatory systems, whenever there is an increase in transport, most of our food items are transported via road. So if there is an increase in transport fare, it automatically reflects in the cost of goods and services, and which in effect increases their prices. And of course, as expected, there was increased crime rates. This
is a snapshot of the Nigerian economy. Having seen the challenge, having seen that the current economic issue in Nigeria is supply driven. But this to us from decision and the government side, the government is seeing it more like excess cash liquidity trading. But we know, you and I know, you and I on this call know that Nigerians don't have more cash at this point in time than before. So it's very clear that the hope that facing is institutionally driven, the context that the food prices are caused as a result of the insecurity that are stopping farmers from going to the farm, and then the four infrastructures that are leading to high cost of transporting these goods from the farm down to the market, and then issues around storage and then this current electricity that is energy cost. So if you must build wells, if you must build sustainable wells, it's important that you understand to pay attention to what is happening within and around the economy. So how now to normalize your finances in place of this downturn economic situation. So no matter where you attend, no matter the financial management course you attend, there are basically two ways you can manage your finances. Both as an individual level, that is personal finance, or as an organization level, that is corporate finance, or as a government level, which is public finance. So it's either you are generating more income, or you are effectively utilizing these resources, or you are spending less. But of course, you can do the hybrid of the two. While you are raising more income, you will spend less. And that is actually the best way to build wealth. So today, we will not pay more attention on spending less. Spending less has to do with addressing your lifestyle, looking at your financial management system holistically. So the way you do that, you look at the money that you spend. That is the first question. You can never be wealthy if you spend more than you save. But let's pay more attention on generating more income, because the topic of this discussion is creating a sustainable wealth. Generating more income is very important, but you cannot generate more income if you do not do the basics. It is either you have a job, or you have a business, or you have certain assets that creates value in the form that gives cash flow to you. So no matter what I use this couple of minutes to talk about, this is the basic. If you don't have a job, the number one thing you need to do today is to look for a job. So if you don't have a job and you don't have a business, then you must look for a business to do. You must be able to build or to start something or to do something that will generate income to you. That is the basic. So you do not prophesy it into the, you do not speak it into the, you must take it in action. So there is a problem we have. Most times people attend discussions like this. They are fired up, they are frustrated, but if they fail to take the first step, which is generating income, you will not be able to achieve anything that we are going to spend our time discussing here today. So, in some way, to manage your finances, to build sustainable wealth, you must generate more income and you must spend less than you generated. So how do we now drive increased income generation? Both as an individual, that is corporate level, or as an individual level. But let me start from as an individual level. But what I tell you is also one or two more people who of the entity. The first thing you must know, and I'm actually speaking from experience, is that you must turn your hobby into a business. We all are pharmacists, at least. So we have our career, have our passion. So try as much as possible to see how you can convert your hobby, your passion into a business. It doesn't matter what your hobby is. Improve yourself. So if you are in the corporate world and you want to build sustainable wealth, your best bet is to continuously improve yourself, improve your offering, improve your bargaining position. Now, seek out other business opportunities that are related to yourself. This is one problem I have with a lot of pharmacists and medical doctors. Because of how important their functions are, they limit themselves so much in that field. Even when we know that there are a lot of them that have other business proposals that will sell, that will make more money for them. I was going to discuss with a very respected medical doctor that I was conducting a feasibility study for his hospital in Lagos. So, at some point, he lowered his standard, he wanted us to talk, and he was actually seeking for my opinion. So I told him that if to make money, I would never be in the medical space. To make money, because if you calculate how much you spend with people, right, to maybe to baseball, to housemanship, and what have you. If I do things to go to a relationship and learn things, I will make more money than you. That's a very big difference. Yeah, there is societal values, things that medical doctors and business people in the medical sector. Right, but then if you really need money, then that might not be the case. But having spent that time, I really get worried when I see people who at this point in time should know, right? Who at this point in time should start working on their investment, not doing that. So seek out other business opportunities that are related to yourself. As a pharmacist, you can go into making a difference. You can go into a whole lot of things. You are the only people that are licensed in deal of drugs. Really. So, when you are working for a pharmaceutical company, you can have something on the sideline. This is very important. So if you don't have anyone, I'm not even telling you, I'm not encouraging you to go all out to do something that is outside what you do. Just do it in a small scale, not a company. It doesn't matter, you also be the one there every day. Not a company, eventually you build on it. So there's no other various sources of income for your venture. This is important. We are still talking about trying to build income generation. Then new technology to automate operations is within one of the best kinds in the world. You can use technology to achieve quite a lot of things. You can use technology to differentiate your offering. You can use technology to reach out to more people. You can use technology to achieve things that only you before now couldn't have been able to achieve. So convert profits into income generating assets. Of course, we are going to get advanced and then let more people save time, feel value, and save money. If you must get value, if you must achieve sustainable wealth, you must be able to help more people save time, you must be able to help more people feel value, and you must be able to help more people save money. So, whatever you want to do should be able to address one or two of these. Okay, so this is the major area of our discussion. Like I said, can you hear me? Can somebody confirm? I go from first speaking to myself.
Yeah, you can hear you loud and clear.
Alright. Okay. So let's talk about capital accumulation or capital formation. Most times we see people tell us about they have this business idea, but they don't know how to start. They have this business, but they want to create a lasting wealth. So the question is, how do I start? In this session of the discussion, I will be actually speaking to people who are in the moment but want to live the right ways. Now, it also, I believe it is beneficial to someone who is already doing his own business but want to scale. So, having information is one of the most important factors that you must address if you want to create a sustainable wealth. And I will try to be as practical as ever. How did I start my real estate company? I'm not born into a family where you just grab and your people will raise 100 million and give it to you to start your business. So nobody did that for me. But I started gradually, and I used some of the strategies that I'm going to share with us to do that. When trying to form your capital, which is one of the most important factors of production, as someone in a paid environment, even as someone who is doing his own business, of course, appropriate apt financial money is very important to pay yourself. So the first thing you need to do is to save. So what we call the concept of savings. It's a very common language, save money. But we agree with me that in a challenging situation like we have in Nigeria now, savings becomes very difficult. You will agree with me. So how do you save in a situation like this? So the first thing is, there are basically three purposes for which money is carried: for transactional, for speculative, and for precautionary record. So savings helps you to accumulate wealth, accumulate form capital for these three things. Savings will help you to raise money in case you want to do one critical thing, you want to address a family issue, or you want to address one important thing, then you have resources to, attack such issues. Then for speculative method, for speculative purpose or aim of holding money, is that in a situation like this, whosoever that have cash is wealthy, is the king. We say in a challenging period like this that cash is king. So for those on this call who have money, you live abroad, this is the best time to invest in Nigeria. Of course, invest in Nigeria, I will encourage you to invest in pure assets. Invest in buying companies that are holding, buying assets, real assets. Don't only real estate, buy real estate. But why speaking of how to save? How do you save when you have increased electricity, you have increased operational cost, and what have you? So if you can't save at this time, you cannot save. So what you do is you can join cooperative societies, and that is where the alumni belong to come into place. The alumni can, at the end of this discussion, can form a cooperative society. A cooperative society where people monthly basis, quarterly basis, contribute money. Right? When the association, when this alumni form this cooperative, because you know each and every one of you, you know yourselves, it will help you to accumulate wealth for the alumni. Within the alumni can invest in assets. The alumni can buy estates, buy properties in bulk, and individuals who, as off-takers, will buy from the alumni. Two things: the alumni will be able to buy this property in a reduced amount, then sell to a reduced amount to the operators, and then also make money. So the alumni is making money, you your staff, your team members, your colleagues are also having access to main assets. So, joining cooperative society. So, if you are a worker or you have your own business, you do not have a cooperative society that you belong to. Where you save money, then I think you are not doing yourself any good. So join a cooperative society. Some cooperative societies, at the moment, you can't get any loan above below 30% per annum. But some cooperatives do 10%. So do 10%. I belong to one. And my cooperative, we do if you pay 5% interest per annum. Can you imagine that? So most of my assets, if I see any land today that I want to buy, I'm not going to say it's 10 billion or 15 billion. What I need to do is, just pick up the loan from the cooperative. At 5% is free money. 5% is free money. So for so many people do not see this. So to me, I don't know for others, I find it very difficult setting money aside. Every I was okay, everyone that will save this 200,000 here. I will be looking at 200,000, go to 400,000, go to 600,000. Then it's going to be difficult. But I know that I already have a mandate in the bank that every month that the bank should pay 500,000 to my cooperative. So it's a mandate. I don't have any control over it again. So I promise us today to develop a savings culture or a saving plan. Now, when you start saving, over time, you start having resources that you can use to take advantage of different opportunities that just come out. Now, I want to speak to us, having spoken on cooperative society and the role of the leader. I want to speak to us on a very important way of building sustainable wealth. It is the concept of land banking. A lot of us may not have heard about this, but I bring this to you. Let this be one of the things that will be taken out from this brief discussion today. Land banking is where you procure large acres of land in a root on the float and under the float area. Now, you see this for over time. Like the good night can raise 100 million, go to Enugu or go to Imo State or go to anywhere, go to Abuja, just anywhere you people feel comfortable. Buy land in a location that there is government presence. Or maybe government can say citing something, but the area has not actually developed. So you buy the land 400,000, 500,000. So 100 million naira for a land of 1 billion naira, give you 100 plots. Now, if the land, fence it, make sure you get all the papers. Even if you can't fence it, make sure that you have people to survey it, get all the papers, register with the government. Now, put one or two structures there to ensure that people do not encroach on it. Go and sleep. In the next 10 years, you come back to that land. That land will multiply by nothing less than 500 to 1,000%. That is the concept of land banking. You can do it at any scale. But what we encourage people is that anytime you are doing this, buy as much as you can. Land banking has created so many wealthy people that you can even imagine. And one thing about this is that you can do it while you also maintaining your normal business. You can do it while maintaining your normal day-to-day work. So I bring this land banking. I am available should you require more explanation or more things to look out for whenever you want to do a profitable land banking. But if you want to create wealth, I tell you, one way to go is land banking. Then another thing that is very, so many people, of course, are not encouraging people to do, but I have to share it with us, is cryptocurrency and new technology. See, it might be, you might think so many people say cryptocurrency is CCCs. It was the Antichrist and so many things around it. But if you have money, you will not need. Why? Study more about cryptocurrency, put in 1 or 2 naira there. This is not a financial advice, but this is one way of you put in money you feel that God's implications will not be too painful to you. But make sure that you understand the asset you want to invest in. People ask questions before you invest. Capital market investment is another way of capital formation. 2 weeks ago, just like I told us, the Minister of Finance, with the support of the state government, sold bonds at 19%. Mind you, bonds are risk-free assets that the government is not suffering, sells. So, no matter how good the government of Nigeria is, anytime that any bond is due, the government will pay. The government will never, not because the government likes it, because the government knows that if they fail to pay, all the interest components which we call the coupon rate and the principal components, it will lead to Standard and Poor and other international features rating and other international rating agencies to downgrade the government. And whenever they downgrade the government, when we mean by downgrading the government, it is considering the government that particular government to be risky. Now, whenever that happens, the government will not be able to get cheap capital or cheap investment from investors. So government will have to pay more. So no government wants to get themselves to that level. So that is why whenever the work is due, government will pay. So at 19%, as a risk for a risk-free investment, that was massive. If I may ask on this platform, how many people, how many of us bought from that investment? And it's 10 years. Some of them is 10 years. So you have to look out. Assets like that, you buy them, you roll over both the principal component and the coupon rate. And I tell you, over time, you will accumulate wealth that only you as an individual will control. Your children and children of God, which is what sustainability is all about. Then the issue of joint venture. I know in this part of the world there is a serious trust issue, but as much as possible, you must trust somebody. Right? You must trust somebody. So I encourage you to go into joint ventures. You may not have the time because you're so busy in one thing or the other you're doing, or be on the lookout. If you see people who have ideas, brilliant ideas, you subject those ideas to certain simulations. So okay, if the profit do not do this, what happens to this? When you simulate, when you do critical analysis of those investable assets, and you see that it is good, right? Put in resources, take some percentage, put in money, maybe a couple of millions, take in 20%, 30%. Make sure that you provide support, technical support, you provide managerial support, you try as much as possible to support the management in ensuring the success of the business. If the business succeeds, definitely you automatically a millionaire. So it's as simple as that. So you don't have to be an active partner. You can be just a partner by investment. Okay, so how then we create sustainable wealth? How then we create sustainable wealth? I know some of us we have questions to ask, so I will conclude briefly while we do the questions. How we create sustainable wealth. Creating a sustainable wealth means you must be able to leverage on both other people's time, leverage on what we call the cumulative interest principle, where what you invested this year will earn you an interest. In the second year, the primary interest was the principal, we earn another interest. So you see yourself, you see the investment going in far more than arithmetic progression, right? So that is one basic way. So it doesn't matter the asset that is going to give you that. If it's going to be pure government instrument like treasury bills, like bonds over time, that the offshoots of such will be reinvested and make money from it, or you are going to go purely into business, that have fast cash generating abilities, of course, so many here in Nigeria, or you want to go into land banking, like I said. Real estate investment is one major way, but land banking is one major way to build sustainable wealth, like I said before. So whether you want to go into business, or you want to go into real estate, or you want to go into assets within government instrument. So passion is important for building a sustainable wealth, because as of time when you start, it will be very enjoying. But when the challenges that come with running your own business, running your own investment comes, it's only your passion that will return, that will keep you going. Even the gap, not just starting a business because other people say it's profitable. Even the gap, identifying something that you feel only you have at least can do far more than every other person. Then allowing the business to grow organically, allowing the business to grow from, don't prosecute the business, allowing the business to grow from A into C, right? The business can be fast, but then allowing the business to grow. Don't just start a business and then only 50 people at a go. No, employ 5 people, employ 1. Do it, then get 2, get 5, get 4, 10, then get 4, 20, right? Growing organically will help you still keep in control, still put enough policy on ground to manage the business just as you go. Then cash is the key. Cash is the key now. So no matter the business you want to do, no matter the business you want to invest in, ensure that it's a business that has the probability to give you cash.
Another kind of family is also created where we have bonding and sharing of love. And I want to say that I've experienced these 3 categories of family, and they are all very beautiful. Okay? Particular thing that concerns us here is that the bonding we receive while we were in primary school through to secondary school cannot be compared with the bonding we have in the tertiary. Why I say this is because in the tertiary you are a lot more focused, you are more conscious, you are already chanting a cause for yourself, and then you are uniting with people of like minds, and that is why the bonding at the tertiary lasts a lot longer if it is managed properly, because we have a lot of things to share in common. As pharmacists now, we have similar training, we have similar goals, dreams. And when you have like minds, beautiful minds, cross-germinating ideas together, it does not only give you a progressive result, but what I call, let me use pharmaceutical terms now. We have additive and we have what? Synergistic. It gives you a synergistic result. So I want to encourage us that this noble idea that have been given birth to today will not just be a kind of an event, but an experience. Event comes and it goes and it ends that way. Experience lives on with you. And the only way we can make this an experience is by sustaining it. So we begin to think about what will help us to sustain the temple that is set. You see, the level of organization we have today will be difficult for someone to believe that it's the first time we are having this kind of gathering. And by my own estimation, I want to believe that it is not just ordinary. But if we take it from the first perspective, as in from the facial perspective of it, without looking deeper behind what would have inspired our gathering, and putting aside many other businesses that we have to be here, then our gathering here will have a lot of question mark. I want to plead earnestly with the president. You've been doing well. Didn't begin today. Probably you are anointed for this. Right from the time we were in the university, you see, your work as class rep was very wonderful. Your work as the Speaker of the House still lives with me. And today again, we are continuing in the same stride. So, hold us together and make this an experience. Now, I want to say something again. This is what I feel I should have shared in the future. But I wouldn't know how many of us will be present when I'll be sharing this. So it's an opportune time for me to actually share this. In the church we say that wind blows wherever it pleases to blow. You don't determine the direction of the wind. Growing up as a child, I had my aspirations, I had my desires. You know, through my secondary education, I had other plans, big plans, that led me into choosing pharmacy as a profession. While I was entering into the university, I already defined what I wanted to do. Including the very fact that before I graduated from the university, I would have found a life partner. Okay? And I wish to marry early. I gave myself mass 28, but if I'm to marry late, 32. You know. So, and I continued, and I had friends who were flocking together, planning together, and organizing things together. And at that level, nothing of what I'm doing today was crossing my mind. Okay? But at a certain stage, my life began to change outside of me. As in, it wasn't what was premeditated, it wasn't what I planned, but it was a plan outside of me. And I saw some force moving me outside what I had planned to do. And you see, when I spoke to my brother, I was in Abuja planning on what to do. He was in the picture, then my dad was still alive. He was eager for me to actually have something started. What delayed me was getting a premise. I was looking for, you know, those places within town. I didn't want to go to the outskirts. So I was looking within Muse and Maitama, those areas. So, but it wasn't forthcoming. And this thing was already, it had registered deeply within me. And I spoke to my kid sister Jane. She was a church person. Even at the time, my father told her, Jane, if you know you want to be a reverend sister, tell me so that I stop wasting my money on you. Every morning you are in the church, blood rosary, blaming and all of that. So, and I spoke to her, Jane, because I also felt she wanted to be a reverend sister. She came up to Abuja, was staying with me and my brother. And I said to her, if actually you know you wish to be a reverend sister, go before me. They can stop you, but they won't stop me. Because if my mind is made up, no one is going to stop me. But, you know, it's not the person you thought would die will actually die. She went into the banking sector. Today she's a banker. And on my own part, I came to my brother at one point and told him, "Hey man, see, I think I want to enter religious life." He looked at me and said, "Do you actually know what to say? How many are we in the family?" But we are 3 boys actually, and many girls. Then I looked at him and said, "Why do you think God is giving you all boys?" Then he had 2 boys and the wife got pregnant. And now I said, it was like a prophecy. Don't you know your wife is carrying another baby boy? And lo and behold, when she gave that, my brother said, I'm not surprised because Christian told me it was a baby. He believed me. So when all of this continued, now I told him I will start. But when I start, it's not going to stop me. Don't say I've started and abandoned everything and left. He said start first. So finally I got somewhere around Wuse. I began, and I went to Lagos to get most of the things I wanted to begin with. But at that very point, my zeal dropped. That was no longer imaging me, the drive. And now I spoke to my friend, I stayed in their house. Something is happening to me. Have you seen someone who wants to realize what he had ever desired in his life and then is no longer having passion for the same thing? The senior brother began to encourage me and said, Christian, sometimes it's like that, but move on. I said, okay. I continued. Then after buying most of those things, I looked at them and said, this is going to tie me down. All of this was going on within me. And I took them to Abuja. And I began. Another thing that was happening to me is that each time I come in there, I had air conditioners. But I was feeling breathlessness as if I was choking. I can't breathe. And I said, what kind of experience is this? Then one day I picked pen and paper to write. I wanted to apply to a particular congregation I met here in Enugu. And the little girl that was my first girl there said, Christian, I know exactly what you're doing. And I said, what do you think I'm doing? She told me exactly what I was doing. How she got to know what I was doing was what I couldn't get. My business was only 8 months. I had a pharmacy, then I had a lab because the place is big, about 144 square meters. So I divided it into 2. I used the behind for lab. It was really, everything was there. I was doing sonography, X-ray. I was doing scan and other things. Then the front was pharmacy and supermarket. But see, after 8 months, I couldn't stay anymore. I had to tell my brother, see, I'm going to look for this very thing that is actually disturbing me. I backed out. My mom did not know. No other member of my family knew except myself and my senior brother. So I went into an interior village somewhere in Eziago. That was the beginning point. Because where I joined, we are the pioneers. And most of the things we were doing there were the things that I had never done in my life. In fact, we were told that it's a call to die. That even the future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to eat, how we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is not known. The future is not known. How we are to survive is is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. Survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. A dream is not known. How we are to survive is not known. We have to cut grass. We have to dig foundation. We have to fall trees. There is no million job. In fact, I can mix concrete. Mixing concrete and doing all sort of things. But I was doing it with so much pleasure, as in with so much satisfaction. And we said to ourselves, since it is a new foundation, we must have to leave something behind that will sustain the congregation before we go into studies. So we began, and part of what we established was a secondary school, and they made me the pioneer principal of the school. I didn't know anything about education. I did not have passion for education. It was one of us who actually has been in education system that was planned to be that. But you know, that's the way these spiritual people do things, you know. At some point, the way he was carrying himself, now when we gathered, they said, Christian, you'll be the pioneer principal. I took it to Our Lady, for those of you that are Catholic, and asked for her help. We began, he fared very well, and he progressed. And I must actually acknowledge one of us who also gave me a very strong support at that time, and that is Honorable Obina. Twice we had functioned, and in the two occasions he was there present. It was a kind of, I don't know how to express it, but the solidarity was overwhelming, and it also increased my PR where I was. So we established this, we established a hospital. Then after about 3 years, we did this within the short span of 3 years, we went in to study philosophy. And because I have gone through undergraduate studies, I only did it for 3 years. I had to pull down some other courses because they feel you can carry since you have done your. After that, I went in to do my theological studies. So the journey, I must say, has not been very easy. And why I had to categorize the three different categories of family is because of my reflection in the support I've received since. Apart from my biological family, my immediate family, the next family that has given me the greatest support is the class of 03. As individuals and as a class, and you may not know, you may not really know, you may not understand how it strengthens me. The support I receive from my family, because before I went in fully, my mother had to bless me, and her words of blessing follows me up till this present time. Yeah, she cried the first time because when we came back, I came back to tell my elder sister. She started crying, and she was very spiritual, more spiritual than all of us, and I felt she would understand me, but she started crying. Then the husband had to ask her, why are you crying? And myself, she called one of the charismatic members to pray for me. In the course of the prayer, I was just like sobbing, and why I was sobbing, I don't know why. Tears and everything was just, why Christian was crying, I don't know. And after that crying, I was like a baby, a baby who just, wept and was now recovering from that crying. And I said, okay, let's go and tell my mom about my decision. We came back home, told one of my other sisters about my decision. She started crying too. On that very day, we didn't have the guts again to tell my mom about my decision. We came back. My immediate younger, that's Jen, told the Superior General not to take me, that my mother would die if I'm taken. So nobody in my family actually was like supportive at the beginning, apart from my immediate elder sister who is in Germany. She was the only one. But over time, not that they say I shouldn't go, but it was just that pain of separation, But with time, they came to realize that this is what actually this young man desired to do. It was even not easy for me to bid farewell to what I have ever desired. My pain was that let the investment, it was relatively huge investment there, let it not just go down, that you have wasted family fortune. That was the only thing. Not that I was living those things, but I still had my crisis. Staying in there, sometimes I was like, what am I doing here? Then I'll ask myself some pertinent questions. Do you want to marry? No. Do you want to build a house? No. Do you want to do this? No. I didn't have then. It is crisis Christian. Just go on. It doesn't happen once. It doesn't happen twice. It comes many times. But after that initial time, you actually come to terms with that. So I struggled also with it. But because it was what I had made up my mind to do, it was not as if it is something I was forcing myself to do. But it came freely from here, So I had to overcome by grace of God too. So I needed to share this experience because when I backed out, I cut off from every human being living, everybody I ever known. Yes, all my friends, all my family members, I was just alone with the alone, so that I can have time to actually reflect and properly make up my mind in the decision I was taking at that very point in time. And then I'm fine. I'm stable, and I'm also happy with the help I've received from God, from you, and from every other person. So thank you very much. And as it were, as a very young congregation, actually, we work very hard. One thing is that we don't want to be burdened to anyone. Okay? We don't want to be burdened to anyone. and that's why we're working very hard for self-sustenance. But we only need the help of people. That is the truth. So you, as my friends, please don't turn me down anytime I have cause to ask for help. It is the one way that you can also strengthen me where I am. You know, I can't go to who I don't know. I go to those that I know. I have never known how to beg. That's the truth. I have never known how to beg, and somehow, maybe I have not known hardship growing up. In my immediate family, I don't have a function. There are a lot of people to do most of those functions. So, but the reality that down with me now is that I have known that I'm now a beggar. Yes. By virtue of what I have embraced, you can't do without begging. So I'm now a professional beggar, so to say. You know, so when I beg you, please understand with me, because it is circumstance that is actually bringing me to you to ask for your help. So if you have, you give me. But one assurance I give you is this: prayer for all of you will always be at my altar. Yes. If you have even personal need, there's no other business I have. My primary prayer now is taking the sacrifice of the people to God in prayer. Their needs and their worries, the needs of the world to God. That is what I do now as my business. Just as you're thinking more on how to improve on your business, that is the only business I have. So before we depart from here, I'll be sharing some leaflets, some prayer manuals. Use them. They are effective prayers. We propagate devotion to the precious blood world over. It began here in Nigeria, but I know it's everywhere in the world. If you're in the US, if you're in Canada, if you're anywhere in the world, the devotion has spread from a very remote village somewhere in the but is everywhere now in the world. So may we continue to
as bad as it was to pay at almost 2,000 in the dollar. So that's that. And then on the final note, if you have them and you want to start, just like choose another speakers have also said, you need some books that can help you, put you in the right frame of mind to start and to push you. And there are many some books, I'm not the one that wrote them, I may not really have their authors, but you can just search it on Google, you will get them. But now, because of the challenge in Nigeria, I currently suggest every one of us to read a very small book. I know some of us have read it, and we are reading that Who Moved by Cheese. Who Moved by Cheese is a book that helps you in an economic situation like this. In short, I have read it. I listened to it yesterday. I'm also going to listen to it at least every week for the next couple of weeks. Then one book again I encourage each and every one of us to read is The Richest Man in Babylon. The Richest Man in Babylon. I didn't until I listened that book. I would have given the book to one or two people. I'm not the author, but I have some of them that I will use and I share with people. And then the final one is how it all started. Look at this, how many of these organizations, many of these developments, how it started. It has been an honor sharing my experience with you, and I want to say I'm highly elated to be among these intellectual and this very friendly house. I want to say thank you to the people that brought me to my friend and brother from Jews and the leadership of this arena. Thank you and stay back.
Thank you, and over to you, sir. Thank you. Sir Prince is you were very grateful, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think
you all want to ask questions.
I think we'll see how we can organize the second lecture.
presentation. That was very informative. My question revolves around the practicality of the economic situation in Nigeria. Just like I mentioned at some point that a lot of us in Nigeria, it's not as if they're not doing what is supposed to be done. Yes, I can hear you. Okay. So, we want that situation to somebody keeps meeting me. We want that situation to make it very, very difficult for you to actually implement some of these policies and strategies for you to succeed. And that brings my question. When you present, you mentioned something about cooperative societies, for example, organization, class that we can have some cooperative society whereby we can contribute money and different individual can learn to invest. My question is, I'm a very practical person. Something like that, I was trying to get an answer. How do you circumvent challenge? If somebody gets 10 million today by next month, that 10 million just could reduce to virtually more than 50%. So, I'm trying to get an insight for people online how to circumvent this inflation, because it is very difficult for you to succeed in virtual whatever you do. You import some goods, and by the time it comes in, the price has gone up so much, things that the world is going to start with. So, the point is saving money for you to invest in the business is still difficult because of inflation. It's not a way that you can be investing your money at every point in time, accumulating that necessarily, but saving it is losing value. But at the point you need that capital, you can take that capital to invest in your business, because saving you will lose a lot of value at the time you need to invest that money. That's where I come from. Because the countries around how it's going to work practically in Nigeria because of the economic situation.
All right, thank you. All right. Can I go ahead? Please, we would like to swing into the next program. I think we'd like to pause at this point in time. If there are further questions to be taken, we'll direct them to you later on.
Always the verticality of it. So I need to say some things here. First and foremost, it's not as far as we are making it to be. Nigeria still remains one of I tell you, there are still certain institutional weaknesses that we can take advantage of, and make money that cannot do outside. Inflation, let's understand this inflation. As a trader, if the cost of the product you bought is somehow you are still at the chance to increase the price. But of course, you cannot increase the price to the extent that you have priced yourself out of the market. Right? But there is something I want the economy to do. During the inflationary period like this, people have become again, right? The issue about more purchases, comes in. If you don't have a more purchases are very difficult. But one thing I know is that inflationary period is seller's period is a seller's market, not buyer's market. The buyer loses. Because every time he comes back to the market, he's going to pay additional, he's going to pay than he paid last time. So that is the seller's market. But in a period of deflation, that is the seller's, the buyer's market. Because if you go to market, the seller goes to market before you pay the price and fallen, even what you have in the store, you can already break even again. So there is the issue that we need to look at. What you do in a period like this, when you have a lot of exogenous factor with very limited small endogenous factor for you, what you do is you address those endogenous factors. Endogenous factors like the number of staff you have, the number of your costs, your administrative costs, where your office is, the how you travel, so many things, right? You cut those administrative costs. To a very large extent, you can swing your admin costs by letting some of your staff to go, right? These are what we do in a critical period like this. Now, you also look at branch management. If there are branches that are not available, but you have some branches that are cash cow, you can consolidate your cash cow. Now, I've also recommended using the after to drive a push outside. You can bring a lot of discussions around that. You can put the partnership outside, then when you consolidate, use the income from that area to complement this area. This is so many, but I don't want us to go with the mindset of this discussion today that you cannot run a business in Nigeria. You can run a business in Nigeria, but you are not able to make extraordinary profit.
Thank you, sir.
Having said that, let's talk about this. I have an idea in this country. I've noticed something. Economic challenge like this, money will not be enough threat. No. It is only that people are becoming conscious of how to spend their money. And this is the time that people who have ideas that address core needs, all human needs, make money. And fortunately enough, we are one of the areas that are all human needs. For instance, if somebody is sick, it doesn't matter how much the person is. If the person has the money and is sick, you will go for it. But imagine somebody that sells a bakery service at this point. Compare yourself to someone that sells a bakery 2021 Mercedes Benz. Right? The person might not be able to sell at this time. Imagine someone that sells designer clothes at this time. Compare with somebody that is into pharmaceuticals. You have in pharmaceuticals, you still make money, even in this critical time. And somebody that is doing from luxury items. So what am I trying to say? This is the time for you guys to make money. This is no matter what is happening, this is the time to make money. This is the time to buy cheap land. This is the time to buy cheap properties. This is the time to invest in things that before and food. So the world is changing, and it's changing at the time that we are making more money. So that is it. There are complications. So if you don't ascertain, listen, you are here, you don't have anything to do. Look out for people who are into pharmaceuticals that have large stock that need people to sell. You can help them to sell it. And you make commission. I tell you, you will make money. So I want you to read this book, how they all started. All of them started in a critical period like ours. And when you read it, you put into practice some of the things you have the book is talking about. I think you will start and you will succeed in this period. Thank you.
We are very grateful to you for your wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for your lecture. We would like to move on because we are already losing time and we have a lot to achieve within today. Any further question or I should take it up? Yes, we are so grateful. Thank you. There is no question hanging. I enjoy what I'm doing. Thank you very much. We are grateful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lecturer already standing by waiting to take his lecture, and that lecture is coming.
Take a question?
Yes, definitely. Hello, sir.
I do have a question.
Can you help us mute every other person who is interrupting at this point in time? We have a lot to achieve today, and we are still sorry, a little bit behind. Okay, may I very respectfully.
The president says that you can have any more questions.
We don't need questions now. Every question should pause. If you need to ask questions later on, we'll gather everything and then we'll respond later. For now, we have to move on because we have a line of activities to achieve today. May I invite very quickly to invite the next speaker who will be talking about pharmacists' participation in local and national health sector dialogue and policy making for impacts, lessons from practical experience. And that is a 3 times honorable member of the House of Assembly in Anambra State, talking about Honorable Emeneka. May I invite one of your own pharmacists in the DC to do a proper recognition of the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, MC.
Let us say that you're out of time. So
the next presentation, like the MC said, is from
thank you. You can
one of our very own, a man we know so well. So, and I believe the topic that he will be presenting is something pharmacists are very much interested in. Because in most fora that we go to, the thing is always pharmacists, how can they move into mainstream partisan politics? So today we are going to get a presentation on that from one of our own, a practical view of how these things can be done. So, though we know him very well, but permit me to freshen up our mind. Honorable Emeneka is the CEO of Right Health Pharmacy and Stores Limited. He was a legislator with the Anambra State House of Assembly, where he represented Anambra East constituency from 2011 to 2023. Of course, we all know he obtained his Bachelor of Pharmacy degree from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He has also attended many certificate courses, including the Harvard Kennedy School, Leadership Institute, Arlington, Virginia, in-depth legislative training with Ontario, Canada, Law Promotion International, FIFO Institute of South Africa. Emeneka is a member of various professional bodies, of course, including the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, and the Federation of International Pharmacists, member Association of Commonwealth Pharmacists, member Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, is an alumni of the Harvard Kennedy School. Some of the, why is a member of the Anambra State House of Assembly, some of the projects that, research projects that he executed include construction of 2006 capacity town hall at Nandu, completion of and now town hall, construction of 24 market stores at Eke Edo Market, Iwarian, sinking of water holes at Edo at Lane, and another hole at the Iwarian yet another one at Abata Osuwe. He also sponsored so many secondary schools, scholarships up to PhD level. Some of the bills he sponsored as a member of the House of Assembly, the bill for a long-established mission school of nursing and midwifery in Anambra State. Motion calling on the state government to facilitate the employment and incentives for health professionals. There are so many of them here, so permit me to agree some of these things. As a member of the Anambra State House of Assembly, he was chairman House Committee on Youth and Sports, chairman House Committee on Finance and Corporation, member House Committee on Health, Public Accounts, Local Government Works, Education, and so many other works. He has received so many certifications and awards, including Outstanding Lawmaker of the Year by Officials Nigeria Magazine. Pharmacist Obinna Emenaka is happily married and is blessed with children. Distinguished men, when we put our hands together for Obinna Emenaka. These are our own.
Thank you, the wonderful, thank you, the former assistant domestic introducing me here. And first of all, let me recognize the coordinator or the chairman for this inaugural reunion for the class of 2003-20 reunion of this very noble class. And the team once again for bringing us together here. And also to thank Michelle for finding me worthy to serve as a guest speaker here. I'm talking just like they said on the local level of the pharmacies in national level, both national and local, and of course the policy making a part to the experience. I must appreciate you for this opportunity. And I want to inform us that this is not just a reunion, that beyond or besides being a reunion, there's an opportunity for us to get united, really collaborate, really invest, reinvigorate, and of course reconcile. Just today at this morning I heard one of my friends say, so you did it to me, you didn't tell me. And of course to rehabilitate. I also saw on the program where the committee on welfare are looking at the recommendation to rehabilitate some of our colleagues. It's a wonderful thing. Once again, I commend the committee. The topic assigned to me is a very simple one. It's a very simple one. And it's a practical one. Starting from yesterday when distinguished colleagues, what we had our introduction of our various roles and places where we work. That introduction already gave us an insight of the work we already do at the health sector. It is no longer a news in Nigeria that our health sector is in shambles. Our health sector is in feedback. Our health sector demands a very serious intervention for it to be sustained and for it to be corrected. And despite these humongous challenges in our health sector, the pharmacy profession, or rather pharmacists, are making a significant, tremendous input to dialogue between the national and of course the local health sector. Community pharmacy
at the local level are making a great impact. Industrial pharmacists are also making their own impact. We have the hospital pharmacists. We have pharmacists at the national level that through their skills are also making great impact on national programs like the HIV program, the tuberculosis program. We also are aware of the last one that unprecedented COVID-19, where pharmacists also played a role. And of course, due to the sacrifice of pharmacists, many lives were lost. These are the noble roles of the pharmacists that I need to imagine what will happen if we do not have a good number of pharmacists at the community level, at the role making the intervention. What we're going to have is a health crisis in our country. So pharmacists are already doing what they should do to help the system despite the challenges they are having. And it's important for us to state that our practice, the only profession we have, or what brought us together, is pharmacy profession. And it is important that we take ownership of that profession. It is important that we do everything to sustain the profession in the midst of this current terrible situation. And what can affect pharmacists from doing their job? That will take us to the policies, the impact of policies. And of course, you know what policies are, set down routes. But when you mention policies always, attached to government. There is no policies, it's very difficult for it to work if the government is not part of it. There are policy makers, people who formulate policies, consultants, community leaders, former government officials, enterprises. But the act of policy making or policy makers are congressmen, you can call them legislators or lawmakers. The policies made by government can affect or reshape our practice as pharmacists. So my expectation from what I want to say today on practical level is to stimulate our consciousness for us to begin to think and for us to begin to participate actively in decisions, policy making. That is the pain of things now. Especially when you see what is happening in our environment and other colleagues, our professional counterparts, the noble roles and the way they preserve their profession through politics. Was it 5 years ago or 2 years ago, the people that were supposed to regulate as pharmacists are now the people struggling to be independent and probably begin to do the work or the job of the pharmacist. If I'm right, I think I'm talking about the pharmacist technicians and even the patent medicine dealers sometimes sponsored, a bill at the National Assembly for independence and for them to have powers to begin to do the job of the pharmacist, dispense, compound, and of course, carry out all the functions that are related. And these are the people that pharmacists should regulate. And why did they go to National Assembly? Because that is where they will get the legal backing. Because health, though presently is in concurrent list, if assuming the bill, succeeded and passed and assented by the president, then our job or some of the duties might no longer be meaningful. So what am I trying to communicate or pass? It is high time pharmacists engage in politics. When we mention the word politics, people will think it's shooting guns and no, it's far from that. And I feel worried about it when I know the capacities of the people who are present here and of course our colleagues who are watching us online. I also want to recognize them for their time in participating in this. It is said that nobody can represent you more than yourself. Nobody can speak for you more than yourself. that the structure or nature of our profession is too tedious, does not give us an excuse for us to stay away or shy away from politics being part of the system. Because if you neglect that, the policies, the bills, the laws that will be made will affect you. Once you're affected, your profession is also affected. And when I'm talking about the practical experience, I can tell you a lot of interventions we made in the process of legislation. Talking about our profession, of course, we know that there is a national health policy. National health policy is a policy structured or compass for achieving good health in our country. And we also have a National Health Act 2014, which provides a legal framework for the regulation, development of management of health set down of standards for health practices in our country. Now we also are aware of our National Drug Policy. National Drug Policy is a subset of National Health Policy, where pharmacies are saddled with the responsibility of the federal government of making drugs are available. When I mean drugs, I mean drugs that are safe, affordable, and also stimulating local production of essential drugs. And of course, the rational use of drugs. When I make reference to all these policies, I want us to understand that these policies are the things regulating our activities. And if you look at the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, if you look at section 4, subsection 1, 2, the same section 4, subsection 5, 6, section 100, section 58, section 121, and section 120 of the section 128 also of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria amended, you will appreciate what I'm saying. Like section 4, 1 provides that the powers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, sovereign powers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, shall be vested in the National Assembly, which consists of the Senate and House of Representatives. It is a constitutional matter. And the same section in section 4, subsection 2 also made it very clear that this section, these lawmakers now have the power to make laws for the good and order, peace, and good government of our country, Nigeria. This is a constitutional matter. And our constitution is the organic law of the land. And you're duty bound to subscribe to the constitution. The same thing goes to the state. Section 1.2 is for the national. Section 5.6.7 is also for the state. That the sovereign power of the state federation is also vested to the lawmakers and state assembly. And they still have the power to make, laws for the good, peace and good government of the state. When I mention section 100, it's talking about the powers to exercise or communicate what we want to communicate through bills, the power of the lawmaker through bills. The same thing at the National Assembly. When I mention section 128, I'm talking about the powers of investigation. Because if you talk about policy making, the process of policy making, number one is the agenda, the program. Then you talk about the method. You also talk about the implementation and evaluation, and that is one of the problems we have in our country. When we have laws, but implementation is always a problem. So if you have a lawmaker that recognizes power in line with section 128, powers of investigation, then we can begin to ask questions in accordance to the law on why social and social things have not been done or not implemented. And when I look at all of us, during our legislative duties on the plenary, I always remember most of us here. Because what we're doing here is not different from what we did in school. The last lecturer talked about passion. Yes, we had passions in politics. As I look at you, I can still see some of the legislators, the legislative arm of PANS, Roman School Association of Nigerian Student Politics, where our coordinator was the speaker. And I'm so happy that he's still speaking. And not just that, the representatives or the lawmakers, which is an arm of the government that oversighted the executive when he was the speaker. I can also see some of you here. And you were so vibrant then. And today you're still vibrant. And the question is it that the rubber cannot bow or the blades are blunt? And just like I said, it is still the same thing. I found when people say politics is dirty. What is dirty about politics? Politics is everywhere. Even in the family, there is politics. At your workplace, there is politics. At your business place, there is politics. The church politics is even the worst. That in Anambra State and most of the states, for you to elect a governor, you must look at the denomination. If the governor is coming as a candidate, then the deputy must be an Anglican or Pentecostal. So politics is everywhere. And why are they playing politics? Because of interest. And in this case, what is our interest? Our impact to humanity, and of course our profession. If our pharmacy profession today, we may not come to get a day as pharmacists, but I will come as friends. So we have to preserve that profession first, and now move up to the next level. Yes, we know that pharmacy profession is suffering. You know, it's having these challenges in our country, Nigeria, and that is why everybody, the moment you're in school or you want to graduate, the first thing we start thinking of is how to leave for either United States of America or Canada or Australia or whatever. And what is driving you is because of the funds and of course the environment, enabling environment that is taking you there. But one thing I want to tell you is that over there in diaspora did not just arise. What they are benefiting from the country were the ideas of their founding fathers 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. And there is this saying that every politician will be worried about next election. But a true leader will be worried about transforming the country, even when you may not be there to benefit from it. So whatever we are facing today doesn't mean that Nigeria will not be good, our profession will not be good. But we have to make that sacrifice and do what? And fight for our profession and put it to the place where it should be. And you cannot fight from outside. Everybody must not be a lawmaker. But you can fight from your place where you are relevant. Just like I said, I want us after this, when you go back, you begin to think of how to make yourself relevant in the system. As a woman or a lady, you can be a role model mother. As a woman, you participate in church, join, organizations, look for key positions, and try and be in charge, if possible. If you're not, make sure that you're part of the system, installing whoever that will be there, so that you can have access. And life becomes easier when you have access to policy makers or decision makers who you can communicate for them to, make an input. I recall while I was going through the budget of Anambra State, during P2B's tenure, there was a lot of grants coming to Anambra State. And after that, I didn't see grants anymore during budget bilateral interaction. And I had to call our speaker. I said, what is happening? Or how do you use your position as a country director or a stakeholder in your organization to contribute to your dear state? That is access, that is contact, because he's relevant there and he's in charge. He's occupying what? A very good position. And he gave me his reasons. I remember having approached some of you people, the case I remember I approached you, and I was worried about it. What are you doing? That I know some of you, and I am not comfortable with the quality of your representative when you are there. And if you don't know, let me tell you, having chaired over 30 committees, chair budget of the state, interface with MDAs, military departmental agencies, I can tell you that some of these people that come and started for meeting, some are not even qualified to be your personal assistant, PAs. And that is the fact. And what we do is to always be on the defense, to always be defensive. I don't know what they are doing. This government is just serious. The most we can do is to criticize on WhatsApp, and that's the end of it. And the level father and the competent person is making decisions on policies that will affect you. And tomorrow you say Nigeria is not good. When you can make that impact, when you can be part of the system and bring that needed and effective change. For example, let me tell you the benefits of being part of the system. Because I talked about the policies, how policies can affect our parties. There was a time in Anambra State House of Assembly, a bill was sent to the House of Assembly, Aswama Bill, Anambra State Waste Management Agency. That should be 5 or 6 years ago. Then we were two pharmacists in the house. Pharmacist Paul Oneka, who is currently a serving commissioner of the House in Anambra State. A two-time member, both of us joined in the 5th Assembly. And Aswama is a revenue, is a law, a bill for a law that, sent to the House for the House to consider so that the governor will sign it into law. And once the bill is passed and assented by the governor, you're duty bound to do what? To obey that bill, because he has his own. In every law, there are punishable offenses which nobody would want to, be part of. For some of you, or some of us supply chain management, you are aware that before you operate in any state, or most of the states you consult, and before you draw pharmaceutical industries to come and begin to supply drugs and make drugs available in a state, most companies demand for drug management agency, DNA. And that drug management agency is a law passed by the House that will now enable the manufacturer or whoever that's bringing a drug to have confidence in the government. So that if they supply drugs and you don't pay them, or if you violate the rules or whatever, they can use that and do what, and recover their funds. These are the benefits of having law and having somebody who can also make things happen on the floor. And when that asthma bill was sent to the House, fortunately for me, I think that was the second reading of that very bill. I looked at the recommendations, some of the schedules, and I saw funds that were allocated to parastatals companies, pharmacies, industrial pharmacy, medical lab scientists, hospitals and what have you. And when I went through that, I saw pharmacies 240,000 a year as pharmacists. And for some of you who are in community practice, I know you agree with me of the levies you pay from government when they come to your office. Some will tell you about the signage. Some will come and tell you the environmental health. That one, we addressed it because I made the environmental health stakeholders or personnel to know that they don't have the powers to oversight pharmacies, that we have the professional body that regulate our practices, that is PC and Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. And it was deliberated on the floor and they stopped coming. But what I'm saying is that from 240,000 a year, as for our waste management in a pharmacy, I told them, what is, or what revenue, or what waste do you get from a pharmacy, a premise? But I worked as a community pharmacist. And I know that community pharmacists don't generate, the waste you people have allocated such, funds to compared to a medical scientist. What you do in the community pharmacy that the patient or customer walks in, present the prescription, you make the intervention and give him drugs in a carrier bag, he will go with it. But at the medical lab office where you have your reagents and needles and what have you, you dispose a lot of the waste. So why 240,000? And I'm aware that no government can function without revenue. And that was why I talked about section 121 of the Constitution, where the proceeds from the recurrent and of course the capital expenditures, the governor will always be caused to lay a budget to get those estimates of the recurrent and capital expenditure. And the revenue falls under the recurrent, because the government should know how much they will generate and now match it to what is coming from the federal allocation for them to have a direction. And when I said that it wasn't an easy debate, I had to argue, making reference to my personal experience. And of course, you will not always have it. The eyes are there, the nails are there. And my colleague, pharmacist Paul Onyeka, also lent his voice and corroborated what I said. And it was referred to a committee. At the end of the day, we brought it down from 14,000 naira to 14,000 naira. 14,000 naira. And when I was saying that, I was not just saying it because I'm a pharmacist, but I was wondering the condition of a business of a community pharmacist who is already dialoguing or making his own contributions in our health institution. How will you pay 240,000? Pay your staff, take care of the capital expenditures in your business, make your profit, and still survive. And that is why when you check all these things and do your markup, you see a patent medicine dealer, the traffic on the patent medicine much more than a professional and qualified pharmacist. So we addressed that. And we went further to have a meeting with the leadership of the MP of Aswama, where we negotiated and said this is how much we'll be paid. Yeah, for industrial pharmacies, yes, it's reasonable. There you have some waste, but from there we also reduced it. These are the benefits when you have people at the decision-making area. And just like William Shakespeare would always say, that I remain in character when I'm involved. If you're involved, you remain in character. Our next hero, you know that, in one of his books, he said, because I'm involved. You have to be involved. You have to be involved. I don't know what I'll be looking at UNICEF or supply chain or community pharmacy, industrial pharmacy or importation that I cannot get from here. Because I am involved. And the last guest speaker said something here. Now let us stop. Consolidation is good. Let us begin to diversify. Let us begin to diversify. It is very important. And some of us are already doing it, and I want us to do it more. That was why I used the word stimulating our consciousness. We have a colleague here who is a president general of his community. It's a very great step. Because when we say politics, people will think it's funding. It is not about funding. If funding is the prerequisite for you to be in position, then Dangote, after should be the president of this country. If big heads are stored in big brains, what it means that autocracies will be ruling the world. Yes, someone mentioned grace of God. But we have to take a step. We have to make that impact. And it is doable. And you take this step for not what you don't know, but what you've already done in school. And you become so worried with all the the intrigues, all the tensions, how interesting past politics was in school. We know the heat of past politics. That one of our colleagues did not forget it. He made reference to it yesterday. But justifying his action that he formed a formidable opposition, of which I was part of it. And he started leading us even much more than the president. And for the president to take permission, he would consult us. We know how interesting and difficult past politics used to be in school. And that is when people assess you, not because of the money you have given to them, but people assess you based on your competence, based on your relationship, and a lot of factors. And those factors, it's still the same principle, it's still the same fundamentals outside school. It's even tougher in school because outside there are people without knowledge that stakeholders can convince and they will go and vote. But in school, you're dealing with your colleagues that are as knowledgeable as you are. And that is why those days in past politics, I was able to convince the campaign manager of a candidate. He voted for my own candidate, and he was the campaign manager. Because I sat the person down and told him, this is the reason I'm campaigning for this person. He has all it takes, he's competent, and he will take our profession to the promised land. Now, much as I appreciate that your candidate is still okay, but when you have two qualified persons, you begin to look for that person that is talented and gifted, that mine was gifted and talented. And he said, Pamela, you have made it. And he voted and showed me. Yes. And I now started imagining if the person he was acting campaign manager agent for, if anybody would tell him that this person will vote against him, he won't agree. That is politics for him. There are excipients or ingredients of politics. It's normal. I've developed this skill. I remember one time, one journalist called me and said, you have to refute it. I said, refute what? Leave it there. It will die a natural death. You want me to join issues with this person and he will use my name and begin to make it serious? Not at all. And he died. Blackmail was part of it. And the blackmail will not come from fact. Blackmail will come from your immediate family or somewhere close to you. Making people to believe it is part of the politics. And if it comes, don't say it is this. Because even your own position where you work in companies, it is there. They are blackmailing you, you don't know. You are an assistant director or senior pharmacist, and you have 3 senior pharmacists that will be promoted to assistant director. The 3 of you are only aiming to be the head of department, and before you know it, one will begin to dig into your CV to know where he can use and petition against you and sponsor some other person. You won't know. That is politics because they want to be there. At the company level, it's not the same thing. Everywhere. So there is nothing dirty about it. We'll be doing it with the positive mind of impacting to humanity. Making your own impact. So please let us not be discouraged. Let us come out. We must not stand in for election. I am happy that one of us is a national officer of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And there is nothing, apart from my individual contact, you tell me that I cannot get there with him. And if I don't have him, it will be expensive and costly for me. And that is the essence of even this reunion, for us to begin to key into our individual contact and see how we can utilize it. I remember when we, in 2017 and 2018 and even 2021, I was a delegate. We went for a summit on implementation of 1% contributory, mandatory 1% of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for for the mandatory health contribution, 1%. And we want to go to that place. Of course, they always hire consultants. And I looked at people's contribution and their interest. Thank God for Senator Urokide. He's a pharmacist representing Edo State. And Senator Omar Sadiq, who is also a pharmacist, from Para. And I interacted with Omar Sadiq. And he shared his life experience. Omar Sadiq, a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, told me that he became a senator from his pharmacy community practice at the village. That when he comes and attends to people, you know, he will advise them, make therapeutic intervention, subscribe to pharmaceutical care and the practice. From there, he was building networks. From there, once in a while, he will conduct free medical outreach, which will not cost you anything. If you have the money, you can take care of the abuse and drugs. If you don't have the money, you conduct it, then tell them to go and now buy the drugs. But you've given them free, consultation. And when he came out, maybe as a counselor or whatever, everybody, in fact, the campaign was nobody should even compete against our person. And he rose from there. And the same thing we can do. The same thing we can do. There are so many places to apply. Yes, the PSM national body. We have PCN, our own personal bomb. I think there's an issue you have and you call on her and she will not attend to it. Especially our colleagues in diaspora. People that want to take conversion equivalency exam, she will always, process it and move it. That is networking. If we begin to have that mindset, our colleague talked about mindset, and love, unity, reinvention, especially of our profession, the sky will be our starting point. It will be our starting point. And that is why I always try to use that advanced placement. And from our profession, it's relevant. Yes, we are as relevant as any other thing, but we need to be nationally rooted. Because in government functions, always same governors or stakeholders, if they want to talk about health stakeholders, they'll just mention one profession or two and say, and the others. And I know that I've corrected the governor of the state publicly and later went to him, thanked him, and told him, please, if you want to talk about health, stakeholders, health practitioners, if you mention the one you always mention, you say pharmacist, if you like, you can now say others. You don't have that. Because the pharmacist is the last person any patient will meet in the hospital, and not just as a solution provider, that if you don't consult the person, you don't have the result. So we have to. And thank God for our role models, the likes of the right lady when she was an NAFDAC director. You all are aware of the impact her position created. Also have pharmacists like IT, who was one time PS and president. People that are so passionate about pharmacy profession. I'm so passionate about pharmacy profession because it is the profession that is putting me on my table. Another particular experience is when the establishment for Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University Hospital or Kama, when the bill for the establishment was sent to the House of Assembly, I went through it. I discovered that on the board of directors, now what we have is, they will tell you these people are counterparts, doctors, nurses, and others. And I raised that observation. That the pharmacists, and when they say others, I'm not giving the governor liberty to choose two from different professional bodies. And you know when you have a doctor, he can choose a medical scientist or physiotherapist or any other person. pharmacy. And I remember the speaker said, if not for anything, we'll have to do it for Republican because the pharmacy. I said, that is not the point. That you have to be part of the system for the system to work. That Mr. Africa can be a patient tomorrow and go to the hospital under emergency and there will be no drug to be given to you. And that is when you begin to appreciate the role of the pharmacy. And because of the role we've seen in our health institution, where DRF is operated but is not obtainable. The funds and proceeds coming from PRF are utilized by the directors. You call yourself the pharmacist, where you're supposed to be here in drug, some other person will be there. And of course, it's still not easy. My very good friend, Dr. Lemeso, who is a lawyer, insisted that pharmacists would not be there, not because he was against it, my very good friend, but he made reference to the laws of federation for establishing teaching hospital. And because of that, I was supposed to be part of the committee. But because of that, they said I won't be, and I'll be biased. They now made them as the chairman of that committee to look in at Dr. Angelo for them to go through the laws establishing children. And he relied on that laws of federation as a guide. And I told him that things were done or were designed to be like this sometimes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there cannot be change. Now we're in a system that evolves, that is growing and changing. But you need to have a pharmacist. And right there I started telling them about public hearing, which is a part of the legislative process, policy making. And that is where our national and of course professional bodies play a very big role. So if you're not active, try and be active. Or make sure you put a president that is active and passionate. So I started being the PSN, and of course I started loving my colleagues. And the long and short of the whole story is that at the end of the day, the pharmacist was included as a board member. And on that strength, the governor of Anambra State appointed a pharmacist to be part of the board of Ojubu. And that person, lady, today, in the Chalimba government, Professor Solu is the executive secretary of primary health in Anambra. So if she was not part of the system, probably it would be difficult for her to, get that position. And even as executive secretary of primary health, she also had a challenge coming from other professional bodies. Why would a pharmacist chair this health related when they are supposed to chair? And that is why they are very active in politics. For some of them who will not rate, they sponsor their colleagues. But during the 2017 summit, I was surprised. That was the day I had that senator he's a medical doctor. When he started speaking, I started eulogizing, talking about profession. I was fortunate to also be a panelist that day. I started talking about pharmacy profession. So distinguished colleagues, the greatest scientist I think Albert Einstein once said that I quote, that the possibility is not in its dictionary. Possibility is not in its dictionary. And Aristotle also said, and I quote, that excellence is not an act, but a habit we have and what we repeatedly do. Before all of you are excellent people, right from the school, proven by the good work of the committee, which shows that you're not just acting, but it's a habit you already have and you are repeatedly doing it, which means that you have been consistent with your consistencies. And there's nothing you cannot do. What we make laws just like I said, I meet some of you. I would imagine if this were so person, what will happen? And it is not too late. You can start tomorrow. And just like you said, you must not be a lawmaker, but if you are, good. If you are, good. And let me wrap it up with what the present governor of Anambra State, who is blazing the trail, transforming Anambra State, Professor Chukuma Soludo, Mr. God. He said, and I quote, if you're competent,
tell him what you're saying.
If you are competent, go and compete. Win or lose, you'll be glad that you made your part in the system. And he contacted 3 times. First one, he didn't get it. Second one, he didn't get it. This third time, he's the governor of Anambra State. And within 2 years, they have transformed Anambra State, constructed over 300 kilometers road, but not just the road, because I told him I will celebrate you for road construction with all your CV. But he has succeeded in institutionalizing the institution called government. And foundation is strong when properly built and executed. That is the beauty of having people to competent, and you are here. My very distinguished revered colleagues, let us rise and join our hands as our great provides, as men of honor, and wrestle this from lay reference from incompetent people and take ownership of our profession. May God bless pharmacy profession, bless the University of Nigeria, so that I'm blessed the Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
He talks out of experience, and that is how it is. So tomorrow, if you hear he is a Senate President of Nigeria, you won't be surprised, because he has all it takes to hold any floor, and you can see he's a practical politician. Please put your hands together and celebrate him. And so, I know you may have been thrilled by all his political brouhahas, but I know some of us will still have some very important thoughts. Especially, he talked about the need to be part of politics. You cannot stand out there and then be part of the policy making. You need to be involved. So I know a lot of pharmacists who are here would want to ask questions in that part or other areas. It's important we open up the microphone for some questions. And it's very interesting that the speaker is here with us. And for all those online, we're also allowed to ask questions. But we're going to take some very few questions. At the point when we're getting choked, we're going to pause. So please, questions.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. I don't have a question, but I want to say a big congratulations to Abo. I know Pharmacist Uchen went to same science school. So I was surprised when I saw her. I said, who did this thing? So when it was doctors will not watch you. They can't watch you. So I said, who was pressed this button? I know she's a very active person, and that's her personality, but I'm so glad to hear that my own person also was in the process.
Your own person puts your own person.
And my own person puts my So I'm very glad. And honestly, I'm happy to be here once again. And I want to add my own voice to what he's saying. If we all keep quiet, in my own professor said, what are you doing here? I said, yes, I am this. I always introduce myself. as pharmacists, they'll be like, wow, I say, yes, that is it. My year in school is not a waste, and I'm proud to be one. So I want to say thank you once more, and thank you to my colleagues who are doing their own bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great opening class. Greatest opening class. Our class has everything. We have everything. In fact, I can say I was the proudest person while he was pontificating and giving out all the legislative information he gave us. In fact, at the national level of PSN, in fact, there was a time we were compiling list of legislators across the country. Before Anambra State Chairman and Secretary even got their list, I put his name there immediately. That this is my own person. And it took a number of days. In fact, I think I was not even prompted Anambra State to bring their own list. Meanwhile, our guy is already there. And I know on a number of occasions when I think there are 1 or 2 consultations we made on some issues across the country, and one of the things I told the national to do is to have these kind of committees. In the state, you have colleagues who are politically exposed, who can form a kind of critical mass to make some policies, some policy changes and all that. And a number of things have been happening. A number of things, you may not be Senator Rodini, Senator Omar Sadiq in Kwara State. The PSC, that's why sometimes a lot of people say PSC is not doing things, PSC is not doing. I just laugh. Before yesterday, of course, part of the joke, and one of the people said there was a PSN money, you know, and now, how much does PSN have? If you know what it takes to lobby for a position in the National Assembly, you know that PSN does not have money at all. So that's what has been happening is the personality and the relationship of people like this is what PSN has been riding on. So that if you now have to pay money, it will just be small money. I can tell you that people move millions, billions. Medical doctors move very serious money to push some of these their positions.
They contribute monthly.
In fact, let me tell you something very simple, like a joke. There was a time with President there was something we needed to push in the National Assembly. Meanwhile, the doctors are already blocked everywhere. So with the contact we made, I was okay, just bring this more on. By the time PSN came, now please don't quote me that PSN. Please, don't quote me. Be lobbied. By the time PSN now came, it was during Ramadan, and they said, no, don't bring it to Ramadan. Come after Ramadan, we are bringing the money. I'm bringing the money. You know? So it is for you to see, and these are not the kind of things you come and be saying in the AGM. They are not the kind of things you come and be saying that this is the money we spend. So but just know that this kind of power is a very serious power. And by the time you now come on the power of that, and you don't make a very serious argument, even the devil will understand that what you're saying is the truth. So I want to really congratulate you, I want to really thank you, I want to really praise you for what you are doing. And of course, it's like you said, you don't have to be a senator, you don't have to be a member of the House of Assembly. Where you are, where's Kurumi? You were, in fact, no, sorry. I forgot about that. The National Secretary of Arts is here. When she said she was not going to come for this conference, I picked up my phone, dialed her number, and said, I wanted to extol the activities, the wonderful things you have been doing in Arts National. And you say, I'm not going to be here. Why can you do that? So we have people, both national PSN, national arts. Look at friend of Weber. Look at Kingsley. In fact, almost for the last 5, 6, 7 national conferences of PSN, Kingsley is always there. That is another source of power. In fact, there was a time we were looking for phone number for some top people. He said I should bring phone number of 15. I said, you want the phone number of Fidelis and He said, no. He doesn't want that one. So if there's any number of anybody you
you want, a pharmacist in Nigeria. If I don't have it, give me 24 hours, I'll get it. Give me 24 hours, I'll get it. So if there's anything you need in pharmacy, we have somebody who is there when the policy is being made. There's somebody here who had a problem with NAFTA. A very serious problem. I was with the PSM president. My class, you cannot be PSM president, and my classmate is having this problem. He was telling me reasons why he cannot get. I said, no, you have to get involved. So, I'm also plan for the DG of NAFTA. So I just wanted the president to be the one to, so he now gave up, this is how we should do it. And before you know it, the matter was already solved. Even though when the matter was solved, I didn't even have to now start calling. Oh, sorry, and I called you when the matter was solved. But I'm happy that the matter was solved. So we should not continue in sin so that grace may abide. But still, even if you are doing the wrong thing, just explain that this is what you have done, and they can tell you how to. People have been exonerated with the modern weapon because there are loopholes that they knew who could have supposed to set them free. I'm still not saying you should do the wrong thing, but come out today. As long as you know the person who is where you should be, you will come out victorious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to quickly close by first appreciating Honorable Stamina for me to use that. I used to call him, or I still call him Governor in waiting. Yes. And I don't think that is in any way out of place. Well, I appreciate everyone here. I understand where he's coming from when you talk about policy manipulation and policy interests. Every law is subject to personal and then collective interest. I was the state secretary for Enugu State PSM and ACPM, and there was a time the state sent circular to all the departments for what they call it now, revenue generation, and they sent to the Ministry of Health. And the Ministry of Health subdivided its revenues or targets to different departments in the Ministry of Health. But when they came to pharmacy departments, they now said, okay, in the pharmacy and the chemist, in the patent, permit my this might not be 100%. But what surprised me that while we were still deliberating what we were going to do and the argument that we are, pharmacy is, what is the language now, that is federal, not state. While we were still deliberating that, the patent guys have already bundled their envelope and said, in fact, it was not the director that was telling them when the patent were that. And then we are arguing for this issue of, the registering and removing them. And somebody somewhere said something that that these people connections and they are financially involved. And policy-wise, so that affected a lot of things. I encourage you with what you're doing. You might have made this comment in less than 30 minutes or 1 hour, and it seems so simple and we laughed over it. But seriously, there were times that you were awake 2 a.m. still deliberating on a point, just one line in a submission. And that one line, there were already 5 people that were ready to counter you on it. I encourage you. One other thing I would like to say is the possibility of in-house mentoring. If you look at it now, currently you are the only honorable on record that we have now in this class. If it is possible for each of any one of us to self-mentor or in-mentor one another in what we are doing, it will be a lot. I'm in the production department, I am there, industrial, and over the past 4 years, there have been several GMP updates. In fact, each time that travels to the US and come back, there's a new GMP update, 2021, 2022, 2023. So it would be beneficial for us to, I really appreciate this reunion. Beyond the fact that we are enjoying ourselves and everything, there should be that compartment, that colloquialization of information and ideas.
And this is a strong market of over 30 individual global markets. And for us as business people, that is a lot. And if we can not just look at the preference of that network, but the value of that network, I think it will benefit us a lot. Thank you. This is my sponsor. All right, I think we just take the last one of the response, please.
Merci. Yeah, thank you very much for that uplifting and informative speech. First of all, I'm happy for this kind of arrangement because some of us would not really know some of this information, and really I was quite impressed. Usually I say, okay, when I see the governor in waiting, but I think maybe you serve us better in the Senate than even at the governor. Because if people like you who understand the system of public and implementation of laws, because your 12 years in the House of Assembly has really groomed you to take a position to help not just the pharmacy profession, but also the general population for people that are in the southeast. I think you will do a good job to look to that direction. I know that politics is important, and I believe that one day you will get there. And I want to encourage us, as he mentioned, in our various professions, in our various practices, to also start paying more attention to politics. As he said, we don't have to be on the front line. We don't have to be the one coming out for positions. But at least we can be part of the think tank. If we are part of the think tank of some candidates, we'll be able to influence them to do some of the things that we want to be achieved. So, Menasi, I congratulate you for this wonderful lecture, and I pray that God will continue to protect you and lift you to greater heights.
Thank you very much. We'll create an opportunity for those online. Just one person to speak. And I've been permitted to invite Pharmacist Adako to make her presentations before she's already online.
We're impressed, and more wins. Yeah, like Stan has said, I just want to point out this thing about lobbying. We have to take it very seriously, honestly. You use money to save money, and you use money to save lives. I'll give you an example, because this thing happening in pharmacy is not only in Nigeria, even in the UK. Yeah, ever since they bought that medical, nobody has rested. So it's still going on here. I'll give you a quick example. Right, we have prescribers. I'm an independent prescriber. Even Joy and most of us in the UK, we are independent prescribers. I'll tell you how the government did it. I don't even there by saying, pharmacists they have to be here, they have to be, you have to push. So, we need people up there to say enough is enough, this has to happen. And this is the way it happened. We lobbied, like the GP surgeries, which is like the medical center, the first port of call when you're sick, you go to the GP surgery, you don't just go straight to the hospital. So we had to push in that pharmacists, they have to employ pharmacists in each GP surgery, and we must be allowed to prescribe, and the way they did it is, like, the last place I worked in, I was a clinical pharmacist and prescribing pharmacist, so we were supposed to save £5 billion for the financial year, because we were supposed to save it from cutting costs on drugs and all that, and to allow to force, in quotes, the GPs to employ us. They now gave them some money, stipend, told them if you employ this pharmacist and they save money on this surgery, we will pay you. So the GPs we are even paying by the the GPs were paid for by the government to place 1 or 2 pharmacists in their surgeries. So like Bandy, for instance, all the GP surgeries in Bandy had a pharmacist. So we were like up to 20 pharmacists. And at the end of the year, we saved £5 million. And when they saw all the government saw, a pharmacist has saved £5 million. They will now made it like mandatory. Do you understand? So the doctors didn't have any choice anymore. It became like a national law. So I'm not going to say here, but it has to do with like standing and saying, we need people there. The lobbying has to be taken seriously because you cannot force them or do it by force. Here and there for like 100 years to make them change their thinking. That pharmacists can sit down, have a consultation in her office. I had an office, I told them I need my own office, and then pharmacists are knocking at the door. So as the patient is coming, you're coming to see either pharmacist because they already had nurses prescribing. So I was like, how can, so I just wrote my name on the door. So as you're coming, I introduce myself, I'm a pharmacist. This is what I can do. This is my area. So we were doing all this medicines review. And people we are living longer, people that had long-term conditions, we were saving lives. And when the government now saw, people are living longer, they're saving money. And they say like a national law. Do you understand? So we've stopped fighting with the doctors because they now see what we can do. So in Nigeria, I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but I think we need more stamina out there to start with. We need more stamina there. So that's the only way. You don't just see people that don't just sit down and say, we need people that are forward thinking. We need more people that will carry the business of pharmacy on their head. Who are just there sitting down there. Do you understand? So I don't know how we're going to do this. So maybe Amaka is one person who might be very sharp. Amaka is fast and sharp. If you guys know how Amaka has, risen in Abuja to the extent she's now in CBN. Amaka is in a very strategic place in Abuja. So, they are now Abuja, Pakaro. In a very strategic place. They are now Abuja. Excuse me. And our civil servants, like Chinyere, no UPTH. We have Chinyere in UPTH. We have people in UNTH. We have our legs. So some of those department meetings, for instance, we start from your department meetings. Don't be absent. Clinical meetings, we have to be represented. Then from there, you can become a lead in an area in the hospital because you cannot just sit there and say this has to happen when you're not even a lead in the hospital. Like Joy is now developing herself. She's an advanced practitioner in a hospital. And she's going to be a lead in a particular area. I know a girl, a friend of mine in Newcastle area. She's a lead in oncology, a pharmacist, and she's going to open a clinic. She's the director of oncology, a pharmacist, and she's going to open an oncology clinic. You understand? So we have to be there. We have to participate in the clinical meetings. I'm talking about hospital now. We have to participate in the clinical meetings. We have to make input. We don't just have to come to work and go. We need to be involved. And then for hospital politics, you be involved. That kind of thing. So that's just how we are pushing it here in the UK. And I know how things are in Nigeria. But let us just try our best. It's people. I hope I'm making a little bit of sense.
I think she's talking about stamina. When you look at the man standing in front of you, the lecturer for today, you can see a man at his feet with enough stamina. Please, sir, may you respond.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, thank you for your reactions and contributions. And please, I want to say something, is an information about PSN, our professional body, and even NCPN. Honestly, I must commend the PSN and the NCPN for their role. Probably their role, were prompted because of the frustrations they meet when they want to get some things done, just like Pharmacist Felix said. The PSF national body and ACPL are so worried about having pharmacies in pocket because they see it one-on-one. That I think in 2019 they organized a banquet in honor of the colleagues. On that day we saw, that was the day I met Senator Uroginde and Senator Sakini. We also met some permanent secretaries at the level, then HODs and the commissioners from other states. And even before our election, when we were nominated our church as candidates of our various parties, they also sent stipends. So that's a stipend. I hope stipend is the right word. Now, they sent support. They give us monetary support because home is also part of what we say. And why I say this? Because of the challenge or the frustration they meet. But I can tell you that if you have your own there, you don't need to give anybody money for you to have it. Now that Pharmacist Kuruman mentioned me, let me borrow from her on Pharmacist Chisom Uche, who was one time the PSM president of Anambra State. As the PSM president, she did everything to have a courtesy call to the governor of Anambra State. And women in power is always easier. And yet it wasn't fruitful. There was nothing she didn't do until they informed me. I was on the turn of Governor William. And they just took a text message. I sent the governor a text. My professional bodies want to see you. And these are men of integrity. Because one thing in the house, I've always introduced myself as fan, honorable fan, until my colleagues who were no longer comfortable with it, had to, in our family rules, they said that we don't have any other except for our yes. But I was mentioning to continue to separate myself, from some of them who are not supposed to be here. And if there is anybody that is qualified to be there, let me repeat it again. It is the people here. Because if you don't have a job, don't venture into politics. As a professional, you should have a place. And remember that professionals don't perform functions. Rather, they take responsibilities of functions performed. And professionals are not paid. Or do not they are paid to work. They don't work for them to be paid because of their value. And when Chisom had that courtesy call and met the governor, she presented all the challenges. And lo and behold, that day, the governor approved a long Toyota Coaster bus for him birthdays. And that was the relationship from there. It was appointed from there till date. As I see, I'm saying, so you don't forget your testimony, so we laugh. So when we say money, at times, be in the school, but at times, you can get it on a platter of gold because you have somebody there. So I want to thank PSM. Yes, we will continue to criticize. But the best way to criticize anybody, to your own colleague, assuming you're not comfortable with the government or whatever, it's counterproductive. The best way you do it is that you can use your money and sponsor your opinions on national daily paper or go to the news. The greatest way for every leader to be criticized publicly, especially when you're pointing out his shortcomings, is he will come to come and work with you or call you and address that. Thank all of you.
Yeah, many thanks to you. Ijela Mambala. We're grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we would like to pause for 45 minutes, strictly 45 minutes. And of course, if you look at your time, you see that what was the mark for it is 60 minutes. So with the direction of the coordinator, we are taking 45 minutes strictly. And then when we return, there will be two major important things to deal with. The first is going to be about the election of the alumni officers to be taken care of by pharmacist Uche. And then secondly is discussion on welfare support for the class members. That we will be dealing with when we return. So please have a wonderful lunch. Thank you.
They know my story. From old dog studio, I be hustle to work. Say, me and Siri. From old dog studio, we been hustle to work. Say, my people dead, my people suffer. Them they pray for blessing. Hey, my people dead. Them they pray for blessing, for better living. Hey, kilo dale, aye ole to ye o, aye o ni double. Adura lo le she o, call on daddy. Adura agba o, tishu eni badele. Afowo boja, I am feeling good tonight. This thing got me thinking God for life. Oh, I can't explain.
Alright, with the permission of the coordinator, I ask 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, to address us on sundry issues. Those of us who are familiar with activities on the platform will remember, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, when Uju was saying something about some of the things we passed through while we were in university. And I said I was going to tell you guys some things I personally passed through while we were in school. To be honest with you, by the time I got to 10th year in Soka, I became tired of poverty. Because I was so tired to the fact that, to the point that it took if I can get your attention. Like I said, by the time we were in 10th year, I was fed up with pharmacy education. You were exactly. In fact, even our coordinator, it took him to really, should I say, motivate or drag me to just at least let me just go finish the pharmacy. He was the only one who had the stability to go to my room and turn on my computer and say, go and read. I will not answer the question. Is it not there? I will not turn on the computer, I will not go and read. What are the things that motivated me? I have a very strong IT background. So that by the time I press something on my keyboard, I know that is expected on the screen. But by the time we got to pharmacology practical, all of you know what it meant to be tying the ion and all that. And sometimes by the time they don't know what you're supposed to be saying. Some people will not use their hands and draw the things. I told them I cannot do this. So to be honest, many of you may not know some of the things I will be telling you now. I never reported one single pharmacology practical, even one. I refused our day to run my own one-man riot. I decided there and then I will never report any single pharmacology practical, and that is why I now have to do pharmacology receipt. That is one. And then the next thing I want to say, well, let me know if they start telling you why I was always leaving as early as possible in the exam. Let me leave that one. In final year, there's something only about 4 or 5 of you know that happened to me in final year exams. Pharmacology exams. Let me tell you. Because of my loss of interest, I stopped even registering for exams. But that's how I didn't know that you can write exams in UNN without even registering them. Because the person who was registering exams for me also got tired. So as time went on, I will come for exams. Instead of them to use list of people who register for exams, they will use class list to call people to come and write. But when they came to the pharmacology exam, after went and brought list of people who registered for the exam. Meanwhile, the year before, who was editor-in-chief, I was the one who did the whole computer work for pharmacy, so I was very close to Nonso. And he told me what he passed through in the hands of Aka for not registering the exam. If I was, let me not say if I was the right person, but if I took correction, I would have also agreed. But the same thing happened to me. Aka went and brought the list of people who registered for the exam. And call, everybody entered the hall. I was standing. He said, why are you standing here? He said, I don't hear my name. I don't hear my name. No, did you register for this course? No. He had gotten the customer. He left me when we started the exam and left. I was outside the exam hall. After 30 minutes, the exam was already started. 3 hours exam. After 30 minutes, he came and said I should go to the registrar's office and get permission to write the exam that I did not register for. I stood there, I did not go anywhere. He left. So, for the Ocha, you remember Ocha? Ocha came. Finish, why are you here? He said, what did you? I did register the exam. He shook his head because even there, Aka was almost dealing with them, so they cannot complete the tip on my behalf. So he knew how terrible my case was. So what did he ask me to do? He said I should go to the registry and get it. He shook his head again. As in my case is hopeless. So they said, well, have you gone? How can I go to the registrar to one? He said, at least go first. I said, okay. I went to the registrar's office. The registrar was not there. I met somebody in the office. I said, they said I did not register for a course and the exam is going on. They said I should come and speak. The woman said, whoever sent you on this errand does not want you to write that exam. Brother, go back and make that person. Meanwhile, Nonso debate told me the year before, he knelt down, rolled on the floor, Prof, please, Prof, and Prof want to get him outside the exam. So I cannot go and spill my blood on the ground and eventually not get what I should get. So I went back and stood. 1 hour after the exam started, all of you, the exam was so tough, you couldn't even know how to be outside. 1 hour after, Prof came and asked, I said, he said, I did not tell him, he said, I should come and pay him. He said, he don't give it. He went, left again. Came after another hour, which is 2 hours. Exam was going on. He came after like 2 hours. I said, okay, I should bring my class at least card. Which is one of the things he did to know. So you have to go to the hotel to go and bring. So I left my class at least card. I knew that he was going to come to that. When he saw that I brought it, I said, okay, I should follow him. I went down the time, 100 naira came out newly. You know, and I think registration was like 20 naira or something. So he said, okay, I should bring, I brought 100 naira and dropped. I was a big boy in school, I know you know. I dropped it. He wrote at the back of the whatever that they should allow me to write the exam. And they did not give me any that time. I said, Prof, this is where, in my mind, I said, this is where you should have asked, you allow me to write, that's the mistake I'm making. The fact that he shouldn't give me at that time, that's not the mistake. When I was writing the I can't remember what it was. He thought that when I was writing or when I was finishing. Imagine, I was writing the hall, he said that he thought that was what I was read that that was the one I read pieces. I started writing and my hand was moving very fast. I left that exam before everybody. But I knew I passed it. In fact, I knew this as I passed it. So, what am I saying? We have a lot of, we've experienced a lot of things. Some knew some of those things, some did not know some of those things. But education, commercial education was very tough. It was very, very tough. And I wish that right now, John, I hope it's not, because some of the handouts, you will have to start decoding what was on the handout, and it was very terrible. So after passing through all those things, I feel not getting big and is not enough. After passing through from first year to final year, they should give us 2 degrees instead of just 1 big one. So I want to really thank God for what he did for all of us, because it was not easy. It was not easy. You know? So when you pray, when you thank God as we're going to be doing Thanksgiving tomorrow, let us remember all these things and let it be part of the things we're going to remember and thank God more. Thank you very much. For me, this is not, I did not deliver go to the class. Great. Tell the people, I have a question for you. Why the exam will still be going on? You are still asking number 1 question. Tell me to stand up at class and he is finished. So I know. And immediately my whole brain will be black. How can I go? I attended the same exam. I'm still asking number 1 question. And you know it, I'm going to submit better. I don't understand. So please. Right, so I don't know, or writing so fast, or summarizing your life, or I don't know, please, explain us more, please. Well, when you to go to school. Anyway, one of the things that I write very fast. If I didn't now that, but I'm already prepared and communicating, I was writing what if you standing, I did not bring any paper, so I have to write. In fact, when I was taking notes, I was not able to think. Sometimes I will ask where it's from, where is the mega? Mega is not there. Sometimes after taking notes in school, and I go home to read, I'll start asking the mega, please, what is this thing that I wrote? What is this thing that I wrote? Because of that, I write so fast, I can't. My handwriting, you know, and then another thing is that I actually was writing to make distinction. Yeah. Once I write what I know of as many I will not school. Instead of breaking my head. Yeah. That's what I write. That's why by the time we graduated, 2 people were very annoyed with me when they saw this person is our best friend. They said, I was not going for it. I know that I've been saying not to make me back. In fact, those of you who remember, in next year, what will not my because I was coming a lot of funds, I was giving hands and water. He came and collected my papers. Now I was 30 minutes to the end of the exam. But by the time I knew I was making enough to make me. So when they collected, the only thing I didn't know that company can cover my paper and all that. So the fact that they don't collect this, and when I knew I was really making it, so I wasn't good. So maybe that also informed me after writing and all that. I was not going to avoid the I hope you are well. You know, one of the most embarrassing things I have. I think somebody asked me, I can't remember the guy. Somebody asked me a question, I just told him. What can I look at me and said, Captain President. I don't put up a computer.
back into action and to welcome you back to this session. And we're beginning with the first after the launch, and that is the election of alumni officers, including President's acceptance speech. So the program, I'd like to invite Pharmacist Chukudi Uche. Please can we put our heads together as he steps up to give his to present the results of the election. Please let's encourage Pharmacist Chukudi as she steps up with an applause. All right, we're good to go. Hello.
Hi. I am standing here on behalf of my committee members, the electoral committee, please one house. And this is an opportunity to speak to you on the outcome of the elections we've had. I will start by thanking the CBC, especially our EBO coordinator, for the opportunity given to us to handle this assignment. We started this process by coming up with a clear guideline to drive the elections from the beginning to the end. And you recall that we made a couple of things very clear in the guideline, starting from what should constitute the list for the election, looking at all that we need to vote. We talked about the positions, the nomination process, up to the election proper. And when it comes to the election, we had a very clear timeline for it to run from yesterday being Friday, 5th of April 2024. It started by 1 p.m. Nigeria time, and by the guideline we provided, it was meant to last till Nigeria time of today, Saturday, 6th of April 2024. Now, in the guideline we provided, we made it very clear from the beginning that it will be an open process in terms of nomination and voting, if you remember. And that was to give opportunity for the electoral committee members to participate in the process should anyone be interested to be nominated for any position or probably to nominate himself. And having gone through the nomination process, we discovered that some positions based on those valid nominations we got were unopposed. Just a moment. All right. So, based on the valid nominations, we had a couple of them that came unopposed, and we discovered that our committee members that were nominated were amongst those that came unopposed, and those were the positions of Director of Socials / Welfare Coordinator, as well as the PRO / Alumni Representative. And based on that, we felt that the reason that made us to come up with that open process was not there again. And we had to revert to a new guideline, making it a secret ballot process for voting. And that was to give people opportunity to freely vote candidates of their choice. And on that note, we made provision for Google Forms and a link to go with it to make the voting process very easy for those here in Nigeria and others across different countries of the world. And I can tell us that we had a hitch-free voting process, because apart from one person that had a challenge which was more of from her system, there was no person that found it difficult to vote. I think it was more of a matter of between 1 minute to 3 minutes for all the votes that were cast. And having done that, by 12 noon today, we stopped receiving votes. And based on that, we have gone through an analysis of the process, which we are going to present the summary to you at the moment. Just to let you know that what you're going to see is just going to speak to the summary, but when you look at the actual voting, we also have everything clearly, so that depending on what we want is available for all the positions, looking at for each position who voted and what did they vote. So we have all those details together as I speak. So I'm going to go through the presentation quickly, and I will need us to look at the slide deck, and I will ask that you please go to the next slide. All right. So in terms of introduction, this is saying that we have successfully completed the election, just as I mentioned before. Some came as unopposed positions after receiving valid nominations for them. And the voting process, I've talked about the fact that we use the Google Forms, and that was posted on the platform. The time also I mentioned before, we started by 1 p.m. yesterday and we closed by 12 noon today. Next slide. Now for the unopposed positions, we have the following. One is the position of the president, which we have Innocent Ibebunan as the duly elected candidates. For the position of secretary, we have AUJ Ohualu Ni Omano as the validly elected candidate. For the position of the Director of Socials / Welfare Coordinator, we have our dear Ben Obwebe. And last but not the least here, which is the position of PRO as well as the alumni representative, we have John Obona. We now go to the ballots. Next slide. So in terms of the ballot, we have 5 of them. The first is for the position of Vice President, and we have 2 people to vote for. One is Amaka Ijomani Iwahu. We have Ijoma Obiwande Nipadoa. For the Assistant Secretary, we have Adaku Ifuribeni Anyawo. We have Alex Arum also as the second person. For the third one, which is the Financial Secretary, we also have Alex Arum and this I thought we corrected it in off. Sorry for that.
Although that's supposed to be Ebuche. So we'll correct that. Ebuche, which is E-G-B-U-C-H-E. For the treasurer, we have Kingsley Amaga, Ijoma Obiwaneni Padoa, Alex Arum, and Amaka Ijoma Ni Iwawu. For the Assistant Director of Socials / Welfare Coordinator, we have Emeta Ofiani Ozemena, we have Amaka Ijoma Ni Iwawu, Ijoma Obiwaneni Padoa, and Joy Ebeni Agabewone. At the end of the voting exercise, we had 51 people that voted, which seems to be an improvement on what we had. If you remember, during nomination, we had a total number of 29 people that participated. Now for the results, this is the first we have, which is for the position of Vice President. So out of the 51 people that voted, we had 17.6% that voted Amaka Ichomani Iwabu, and we have 82.4% that voted Ichoma Obiwane Ni Padoa. And what this means is for the position, the total number of votes we are cast for Ijoma Obiwane Ni Padoa. We go to the next, which is for the position of Assistant Secretary. We had still the same number of 51 votes, out of which we had 45.1% of them voted Adako Efuri Beni Anyanwu, and 54.9% voted Alex Arom. And by that, we have the highest number of votes for Alex Arom for the position of Assistant Secretary. And we go to the position of Financial Secretary. Still the same number of 51 votes and people that voted, which out of it, we have 9.8% of them that voted One House. We have 9.8% of them that voted Alex Arom, 90.2% of them that voted Ebuche Odibo. So that Odibo ni Ebuche. So with this we have the number of votes. And by the highest we have here, we see that Ogochukwu Odiboni got the highest number of votes for the position. We go to the next, which is the position of treasurer. So this is the most keenly contested position. From what we are seeing, looking at the margin. Now, out of responses, we had no one voted for Ijoma Obiwaneni Padoa for that position. We have 11.8% of them that voted Alex Arom, 39.2% that voted Kingsley Amaba, and 41.2% that voted Amaka Ijoma ní Iwabu. Based on the summary we have, you will agree with me that the total number of votes went to Amaka Ijoma ní Iwabu. This is the last but not the least, and this is the assistant DOS/welfare director. Also had a total of 51 persons that voted, and out of it, we didn't have anyone vote Ijoma Obiwan Owa. From here, we see that 25.5% voted Amaka Iwabuni Ijoma. 31.4% vote for Joy Ni Agabewone, and 39.2% voted for Emeta. Based on the summary, you will all agree with me that the highest number of votes went to Emeta Ofia Ni Ozemena for position. And here is speaking to the summary for all the voting positions. You need to recall before now we just put percentages, and this is telling you in terms of number how the 51 persons voted in a summarized version. Now for the chair of vice president for Ijoma, we had 42 persons against 9 that voted for Amaka. Now for assistant secretary, we had 28 for Alex and 23 for Adako. For financial secretary, we had 46 for Ogo and 5 for Alex. For insurer, we had Amaka 21, Casey Amaba 20. You can see very narrow margin. 6 for Alex and 4 Ijoma. For assistant DOS, we have 20, John 16, John 16, Amaka 13, and Ijoma 2. Now, when you look at this, from the percentages we had, what you will see is that the two there were so insignificant that in summarizing it, it didn't show up to something that you could easily pick, but this is the actual figures. And that will be it for all the summary. But what I said before is this. For this summary that we have here, for each position, we have all the people that voted for the 42 in terms of their names and what they voted for, and for all the positions. And on this note, it will be to say on behalf of the electoral committee that all of them, as we mentioned, with the highest number of votes, stand elected for those various positions. Just like what happens in every process like this, during the time of collation and announcement of results, opportunity is given for people. If anyone has any comment, any objection, you can go ahead and bring it up before we move further from here we are now and go into the aspect of presentation of certificates of return. So the contestants are here physically, online. If there is any concern you have, please feel free to bring it up.
I think the INEC chairman deserves a resounding applause. No. It can't be Mahmoud. It can't be Mahmoud. Because if Mahmoud had done it the way he did it, then the P2D would have been the president of Nigeria right now. So I can say, well, we are still expecting comments, but from my own facial face validation, I can say that the result is very transparent. And looking at the figures, is even those who couldn't make it, will be happy to see the result. Can we clap for him once more? Yes, we know the team worked with you, but whenever the INEC chairman is presenting, now that person now will know. So we thank all the committee members, all the INEC commissioners who did so much work alongside with pharmacist Chukwu Uche to have brought us to this level. Thank you so much. And I think at this point in time, you have seen that all along there is no response. So meaning that the result is comprehensively accepted. Thank you, sir, for doing justice.
So what we are going to do is this. After the handing out of the certificates of return, we will hand over everything, including the raw data, to the incoming president. I hope that is okay? Fantastic. So we go into quickly handing out the certificates of return. I will call one of my team members to come and help me call it. So before I call out all that will be receiving this, let me also call my other team members to come and stand on this side. Unfortunately, we have two of them that will standing also to collect their certificates. So you stand there to receive. But Felix, where are you, please?
Where is he? No, he's here.
Oh, he's here. All right. We are going to call out the fantastic ESCO members that will be coming in, starting from the assistant DOS / welfare coordinators. We have you online. Emeta Ofia Ozemena. Is she with us? If not, let's have someone to stand in for her.
I want to, on behalf of the Electoral Committee, say congratulations to all the winners. At this point, if you are not satisfied with the outcome of the results, you go to the tribunal.
Just a moment, we need to do the big sign.
Alright, so we expect the signature to be append the certificates as quick as possible. But I think while the expos are coming up, those who are going to present them with a certificate of return. When you receive the certificate, you will stand out until the last person collects, and then the president will now give his acceptance speech where you all stand together. I think that will be wonderful, and then we look forward to going into the next program after that. So I hope that Farm Ijoma Obiwame is getting ready as she's going to. So she's going to take care of discussions on welfare support for class members, and after that we'll roll into the reunion games to be anchored by Ijoma. Okay, sorry please.
So on behalf of the electoral committee, we are handing this over to you and saying a big congratulations.
Thank you.
That's all. Yes. So the next we have is the Director of Social Stroke Welfare Coordinator, Ben Obebe. On behalf of the electoral committee, this is your certificate of return. A big congratulations to you. Let's do the PRO.
You stand by, sir. Okay, you stand by.
Yes. The next is the PRO activity / alumni representative John Obona. Congratulations, and this is your certificate of return. The next, the position of treasurer. Our own Wahamaka. Congratulations. And here is your certificate of return. So let's go. National Secretary, our Gochuku Odibo, Ne Ebuche. Congratulations. And this is your certificate of return. The next is the Assistant Secretary, our own Alex Aro. Congratulations. And that's your certificate of return. The next is our secretary, who is unavoidably absent. Do we have someone to stand in? Congratulations. Last. Okay, Vice President. I think Oma Obiwane ni Banowa. Congratulations.
Wow, 3 positions for me.
Yes. If I was just supporting you have 90 days.
Thank you.
Last but not the least is position of our president, who eventually is our echo coordinator. Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations. So, because this is the first election like this, we try to make it very clear, as it was provided in the guideline, that we have a term of 3 years as agreed. And on that note, it will be good to commission you into this office straight away. And we have our very own who was talking about constitutional matters today. Our own Honorable Christopher Emenaka. Please, let's have you here. Come and help us commission them to this new office.
Please take the vote.
And I see
You have been taking the vote.
Thank you.
I'm giving it.
Our sister, congratulations to all of you. Just like I was mandated to perform the assignment of swearing in, I want to make it very clear to all of you that I have called the 7th schedule oath of the Nigerian Constitution, subject to amendment fitting into our plan. So when I read, you read after me. Am I communicating?
Yes.
So when I say, you raise your hand.
Left or right?
Your right. When I say I, you mention your name. When I say I, you mention your name. Do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the 2003 pharmacy class of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as an elected executive of the class of 2003 pharmacy, I will discharge my duties to the best of my ability, faithfully and in accordance with the Constitution of the class of 2003, and the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being and prosperity of the class of 2003. Okay, repeat after me. And the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the class of pharmacy 2003 of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of the 2003 policies contained in the Constitution of the class of 2003 pharmacy. That I will exercise the authority vested in me as an elected executive, so as not to impede or prejudice the authority lawfully vested in the president of the class of 2003. And so as not to endanger the continuance of the class of 2003. That I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. That I will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the class of pharmacy 2003. That I will abide by the code of conduct as directed in the Constitution of the class of 2003. That in all circumstances I will do the right to all manner of people, colleagues, according to the law, with fear or favor, affection or ill will, that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration and shall be and shall become known to me as an elected executive of the class of 2003 pharmacy, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as an elected executive of the pharmacy class of 2003, and that I will devote myself to the service and well-being of the people of Nigeria and colleagues, pharmacy profession, so help me God. Congratulations once again.
On behalf of the newly elected school of the UNN 2003 pharmacy class, I want to sincerely thank you all for the trust that you've given us to pilot the affairs of this class. I want to thank God for His blessings, for favors, for seeing us here today. And appreciate some of us are doing paparazzi. Let us wait for the paparazzi to finish.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I want to again sincerely thank all of us for making our time to be here. Thank you for the confidence you reposed in us to pilot the affairs of this class over the next 3 years. On behalf of the schools, I want to assure you that we will do all our possible best within our mandate to continue to move the affairs of this class forward, starting with our welfare, and we need to continue to bring us together as a family, as a group, so that we can champion what concerns us and as well giving back to our alma mater as much as possible. One thing I want to say, at this juncture is really to thank the team that organized the election for the proactive approach they've taken, deploying technology to ensure that all our colleagues across the world are able to also exercise their franchise through this process, and also having our colleagues in the US being elected through this process to help to pilot the affairs of the class. I want to sincerely thank them, Chukwudi and team, for a job well done, and thank all of you for participating in the process of the nominations and also for the voting process. On our own part, we will continue to do our best to champion the affairs of this class. But my first request is that things need to change. And the things that need to change is, first, our attitude and commitment to the class. If we are to move forward, we have to change. The days where innocent to send you 10 messages before you respond to one, and that your response is okay, without answering any of the questions, we need to change that attitude.
As the top places.
Yes. Now that we are setting up a formal body, if we reach out to you, please, whether it's innocent or any member of the schools, or the committees that will be setting up, because we'll be setting up committees that will help us to work along with you, please make a duty to respond and let us know if there are challenges. Sometimes we reach out some of us and then the person will be like, do you know what I'm going through? You don't know what we are going through as well. So it's only if you tell us, we will know, and then we'll see how we can ready to support you or give you ideas. So really, our commitment to the class, affairs of the class, that's one first appeal I want to make to all of us to change. And that will start, of course, with our welfare activities and setting up a formal structure for us to start paying dues, start doing welfare things as much as possible. So please, that's one big appeal I want to make. The second appeal I want to make is welfare cannot move forward without information, and welfare cannot also move forward without the resources. We've made so much effort to raise funds to support this reunion, to also give back to our matter, but also to help some of our colleagues. While we've raised so much, having some discussion, some people are telling me what we raise to support the welfare, it might not scratch so much in terms of what we need to do to support some of our colleagues. So please, for those that have given for the sake of welfare, we appeal to you, if you want to give more, that will also be very helpful, so that what is being targeted for some of our colleagues can be raised up a little. I will allow the welfare team when they're presenting to talk about that. But more importantly as well, as you can see, as we are here, we started a unit carrying course that we didn't plan for. So for those that have not contributed anything, please try. And for those that try to contribute the bare minimum, if you can also up it a little, it's going to help all of us to wrap up this and also have some funds remaining to kickstart our welfare activities as much as possible. And for those that give more, I'm happy you won't have support here. I want to also give more. Please, I want to appeal to you to continue to contribute. It's all in the interest of the class. The money is not going to anyone's personal pocket. So, the final thing I want to say is really to commit us to being available where required. Thanks to technology now, we need to explore how we can use technology. If we cannot come in person, to meet virtually, but that will only be possible if we are all available. So when the experts meet and decide on the way forward, we'll be reaching out to you and giving you that information. One important task for us to do immediately, we need to create a formal document for the working affairs of the class or some from the document of the Alumni Association of the University of Nigeria Faculty of Mathematical Sciences to see how we can start moving forward using that and other things. And please, if we reach out to you to serve in any committee to help us move forward, because those of us that were elected as the ESCOs will not be able to do it all. We need all of you to play one role or the other in one committee or the other to help us move forward. So please, if we reach out to you with the new attitude, with the new approach we now have, please don't reject. It might not be me, it might be any of the ESCO members reaching out to you to serve in one committee or the other. Please do not reject and say you don't have time. We're all busy in our various lives, but it's only if we work together as a group that we can move forward. Finally, I want to again thank you all, and please, we welcome your feedback publicly, privately. Please give us your ideas, because with your ideas that we can move forward. We may think we are moving in the right direction without realizing that we're leaving some people behind. But if you give us that information, if you give us suggestions, if you tell us maybe these are the areas we're not doing very well, it's going to help us to course correct before the end of our training. Thank you once more for this opportunity, and I pray that the good Lord will give us the wisdom and the knowledge to shepherd the affairs of this class for the next 2 years. Thank you. And to my colleagues, thank you very much for stepping to the side. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, that was a great one. Thank you, Innocent. Thank you very much. Now we'll have a good photograph of new executives and the electoral committee.
Making sure no masaya and I shot the them the sabat on the man a gala a hand ya man malona baza ya basana pasa man got just malona la tamamba I'm happy faculty we me kukambale I want one uncle na mata makanchale that's makana I want jane I say you know the one for me I'm a little bit mbale you want me family
On the welfare support for class members, may I respectfully invite from Ijoma Okuwane to, okay, she's online, to take care of this aspect of the program. From Ijoma, are you there? Can you hear us? Hello? From Ijoma.
This welfare committee report. Welfare committee report. Good afternoon, everybody. It's going to be very brief. Yes? I'm here to, on behalf of the chairman of our committee, IJ Ni Badoa. Yeah, she's a bit engaged over there in the US. So I want to stand on her. What? Yeah, the current yes. Okay, so what we have here is we looked at various colleagues. The report, we sent out a report for people to send feedback, as in make recommendation of people. The welfare committee, let me just start by saying that the welfare committee is just all about how to care for ourselves, each other. And at this point, we are looking at those of us that are not, standing well, that some of us are gainfully, some of us are gainfully, you know that some of us are gainfully employed, while some of us are in our various businesses doing well. But there are still a few of us who are neither working
You understand? Or when what they are doing, they are struggling so much in what they are doing. And I tell God that for the feedback we got, there are not many people in that situation. People had about 4. And by the time we looked at those 4 people, we couldn't hear from one of them. We couldn't get feedback. We tried to reach one of them who had, I think I was one that earlier had contact with him. He told me his situations. That was long before this program. Then by the time we started collecting names, he was not accessible. So among those that were accessible, we got information from. There were just 3. And out of these 3 people, we looked at them very well. We found out one out of them is a bit better off. You understand? He actually needs support. But if you look at even his business, the pharmacy we saw, I can give that pharmacy 70% spot. You understand? And the guy I saw in the picture, a bit well fed now. You see, the way under the cash. You understand? We just say, we will leave that guy for the side first. As now, Alakoe na Amunwa, Ejiwe na Johnson. So, we just want to focus on people where they are all day critical. Some of these people where they are all day critical, God has the way of doing things. Because this mic where I carry for hand now is something I talk about that never need to happen and it's happening. So, the one out of the 2 where they critical, we can't look at the money where they set aside for us. Now 4.something million. 4. Okay, actually figure 4.8. I'm sorry, it's 4.8. It's 4.8. So out of that 4.8, we looked at the female person among the 2. This female person, from our assessment, seemed to have withdrawn a bit from the society. You understand? And presentation, the mental state, and some of these things doesn't look like somebody would give 2.5 million to go and do what with. The money may be lost. So now, in our committee, we concluded that the best approach will be reintegration process to be started with. You understand? And that integration, as a pharmacist, we said we're going to get John Owona, who is within the same locality in Soka, to identify a big pharmacy outlet, very viable one, where she will be employed, and the salary will come from us, because the man may not be willing or he doesn't have. And the year before then, we will package like 200K and give her to upgrade her physical appearance, so that the man will say this one will pursue customers. Do you understand? So that is the approach we are taking. And for her, I don't have much problem, because by the time we do this for like 6 months, the 2.5 assigned to her will still they wait for her to get fully reintegrated. Where my problem dey, na the young man wey don rent one shop wey look good, but I don ask question about the location of the shop. I was assured that that location is good for business. But na problem is there na 2.3 million naira get am. Sir, I don't know how to shop ever. Because of 2.2 million, or you want to happen? It's years where they get back. I agree with you now. Why I got for cheaper drug for a startup? Mana 2.5 million can they? What about 25 million?
2.5 million on a good location. In the village.
Remember that now, I know 2.5. Yes. No. Well, trying to exchange ideas, but only my business as of today, today, but at 2.5, I put your counter. Or put your 2 counters. With the robbery.
You have 2.5 million cash. I go to the wholesaler. You can give me $4 million. Yes.
Okay. A good wholesaler can help. If you did not pay back, that's another thing. So, and you need a 2.5 power, you need a good power in the pharmacy. You remember you will buy fuel to run the pharmacy. You will do, I want us to open our mind to this. You know why I'm saying this? This welfare thing we want to do, my own personal opinion, I stand to be corrected. But I think that if we are doing it for 1 or 2 people, even if it's just 1 or 2 in a year, let us get it right in our own sense. Because when we hear a member of Lega Iju so good a new one, the money I got and now like that. Yes, the resolution of the committee as it is now is that the money will be shared among the 2 people actually intervene in their life. Okay, now there. The girl, like I said, you can't go together wrong. You can work with them wish. Now that's 2.3 million actually you will support here. They far from what will actually set up that business. So when you know anybody to people, handle that case. Because this is our union I made today. This welfare package is tied to this union I made today. After this today, committees in the new executive will get set up. We carry on subsequent welfare packages. Here in the group, what is the welfare intervention we are taking away from this union? That's now we met as a people and we were able to do APC for our colleague. That's all. So, Mr. President, I don't know what you think. Should we quickly deliberate on this? Probably contribute towards it and then. Thank you. You want to say something? Who has the second mic? Oh, I never saw you now.
Hello, the microphone is very much available.
Give to this guy.
Okay, let's hear from the online first of all.
I wanted to ask a question. Is it a good time?
Yes.
Okay. So my comment is this. I don't think that it is right to assume that because somebody has a pharmacy degree, they automatically will make a good entrepreneur. And from what Ejek is saying, it looks like they made a decision to set the person, the man up to run a business. I disagree with that. Just because you've succeeded in business doesn't mean that another person is designed to be an entrepreneur. So, we need to find out what they do. And also customize the help to suit the individual. Not everybody is designed to be a business. Because you could even give someone 25 million and they're going to be good. Business is not for everybody, that's my point.
She made a point.
The thing is that I don't know. Someone should meet the people in the venue should mute their Zoom.
to you.
Uju is on top. Peter was out. Peter was.
Peter, can you hear us?
Peter, you are muted.
Please, I want to start by thanking the welfare committee because I think this will be one of the hallmarks of this union, trying to assist our colleagues that are struggling. And I want to commend the work that you have been done so far, and I think it's extensive. Yeah, what they like to say, I'm taking into consideration what you just said now. Yes, if the person already has the intention of going into pharmacy practice, community practice, yes, the child is making a very 2.5 million a day. Now Nigeria is nothing. It's nothing. But what I would suggest, if we really look at the person critically, and then some of us that have products and support by giving the person product, not for free. Maybe you can just push a product of maybe say 100K, 200K for the person to stop the shop, since the person is already going into practice. I think that's one of the ways, because if you want to raise 5 million here, you can give support to go and stock a pharmacy. Most of us that are still into community practice, we know that that is not going anywhere. Not even talking of the person sustaining himself or his family, because we don't know the particular person, whether they're married, have children, and wife and all that. So I think one of the ways you can still help might be to encourage some of our colleagues that have products that can supply to this individual to sell and remit back and then supply. That would be a good way to build up, because that is the solution I wanted to do. Thank you.
Can
I talk?
Yes, you can.
Yes. Okay. My baby presented a news article where it had affect me before we came up with that decision. So let me provide the background to that, right? So we spoke to you. You already started the treatment, and then like we look at the location in PA, it's going to be business. Like you already have the all cells and everything, but you don't have the funds, right, to stop the pharmacy. So you already made that decision to start a business. The location is okay. So we are just coming into, helping with something. And the something we want to use is to prescribe the distribution around that area. Coming to your own question about the working at that thing that are not there. We also talk about that. But he said that he would, that in order to stop the problems that the customers will buy than any other let's say product that moves to Lagos and not to the side. So you rather talk to business what we know the customers will do. So coming to that question. So I think the major thing now is the major question that we look at we 2.5 million and we had but we are working with the project, and I think this is going to be work with project. Entire time with the also community pharmacy, also community pharmacy, and what we say is that they are kind of like an old thing, serve as a mentor, and you will just be a working project. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Once again, I said, continue now. Okay, thank you. for the opportunity. Yeah, let me most sincerely appreciate the committee for a good and thorough job done. You see, we shouldn't even be worried about the money, 2.5 million naira, whether if it will get a carbon or if it will not get anything. The good thing that we've started a step. You see, there is this saying about an assignment not supervised is not even worth doing at all. Of course, in contrast or in duties, if you do not monitor and evaluate, it's better you forget it. So if you cannot measure it, don't even think of it. What am I trying to say? We are taking that bold and formidable step of identifying these people that, actually need this money. And the good thing is that they have a premise, in place, and you've confirmed the location. The next step is this: since we've resolved to help them or to help the person, the resolution should be sustainable. It is not enough to give somebody something and go. I've not collected or borrowed money from a bank, but I have friends that access money from the bank. And the way those people do that, once the bank gives you big money, every week they come to your place, they go to your store, to count and know where their money is. In that way, they are checkmating it so that you don't divert it. If we give this person 2.5 million, having taken that step, we also need to make sure and ensure that the funds are properly utilized, periodically checking. As we are doing that, we also assessing ourselves too. And just like somebody said that we'll begin to do mentorship. In that way, you begin to discuss challenges you have in community pharmacy practice. There are some of us who do not need the welfare. Doesn't mean we're not having challenges in our business. The challenges is never ended. And so that thing you identify and help the person. Of course, if you're trying to set up a business, assisted by your colleagues, make you have a living. You don't go to the church and say you are anointed and you donate 1 million naira that way. I don't know if I'm communicated. You don't go to meetings and start making money and say, no, you have to be serious. So I believe that is what the new leadership will also look into. Set up crack committees that will look into those people and make sure that whatever that is given them. There are people that are billionaires today, without anything, without funds. But the environment and goodwill was provided for, and that is what we're already doing. I understand where the last speaker, was going, and that I think I've addressed by following and supervising and investigating the person who wants to. I'm not just made a wonderful contribution. These are the good ones. You are there. He is there. He cannot collect your products and owe you. We will not going to tolerate that. If the person is aware that the class is involved, he will utilize the money. If he doesn't do it well, you will try to give him tomorrow. So this thing, I think, is very simple. And that is, it's a difficult task, but it is also part of the benefits of this reunion. And we have started immediately after this inauguration. Do not think it's just for the people that need welfare. All of us are benefit or started benefiting. If you people are ready, subject to the approval of the President and the ESCO, and you want us to go and see the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria coming as class of 2000, we can work it out as it's doable depending on what we place us. I'm trying to tell you that as you're thinking of how to improve somebody's welfare, the only club I believe I belong to in my life, in this world, is Rotary Club. No other club in my life, not even in the university, secretly called social club, not at all. No club, but I have friends. The second one now, organization, association, by the time we draw this constitution, is this one. So I ventured into formidable growth as a sustainable and beneficial to mankind, service to humanity. Thank you once again. You guys have done a wonderful job for identifying your colleagues. These are the and I know that all of us will still benefit. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, before you this intervention, whatever it is we are giving, we are making it known to the person that in our loan. Okay, now what? I am going to make the loan. You are expected to pay back at so time. And what we have in mind is that if this person becomes very successful after that period of time, that he does not need the money again, we may not transfer the money to another person that may need. But if we see that, well, and help, we may roll the money. I want us to clear. Not that just want to give people money.
Good evening, distinguished colleagues. Every speaker and every person that has spoken today has actually spoken well. We are all graduate pharmacists, and one thing we learned in school, we did pharmaceutics, we did farm care, we did pharmacology, we did pharmacology, and all that. We did all that while we were in school. But one thing that we were never taught in school was entrepreneurship. We were never taught how to manage finances and all that. So you can see that it's not the best of the best in the school that is the best money manager in real life. And then he goes in a man choose one time, maybe one time, we are not expecting whoever we are going to empower, we are not expecting the person to fear. I'm saying that because of what he said, that we are not going to allow him to give him drugs and he won't pay. So I think the basic thing this person needs, one, is financial literacy. A lot of people that are doing this, they think that once they know that once you have headache, for example, that you're good. You've learned what kids use to treat malaria and all that. But there is another business side of the profession, which most of us don't understand. I have colleagues today that you can never see them in any pharmaceutical function because they are the pharmacists, they are the cashier, they are the cleaners, they are the people receiving goods, they are everything in their pharmacy. And they don't want anybody to steal from them. The truth is that they will achieve that nobody is going to steal from them, but they can't grow. They will remain one place, they cannot grow. So we need to expand their mindset. You know, people that are so myopic. They are thinking it's just that four corners of my farm and that's all I have. The person needs to have a mentor. When I need mentor, you don't need to go and get somebody from Manfred or wherever. This class, there are people that are into community, that are breaking grounds. They can mentor you. Not necessarily coming to sit down with people. It can be a phone call. It can be a Zoom meeting. There are trainings all over. When you go, you know what you think that you want. You know what you want to achieve. Another practical thing I think can be done is there are still wholesalers. Some of our classmates, of which you are born, but you can bet me that I cannot put all your products in my pharmacy, and my pharmacy will be a complete pharmacy. It's not going to be able because I must get to the wholesaler's place. So if somebody can help you draft this sincerely, if out of the 2.5, you know how many percent of that money that is going to this one that is going to that. You can get a wholesaler. Give that wholesaler 1 million and you carry product of 2.5. I bet you that 2.5, he can turn it over to 4 million if he stocks right. So he needs that mentorship. He understands what to stock. You can bet me that example kills this business. Kills me, kills this business. If you don't understand that, you can't thrive. There is no way you can survive in this community pharmacy practice. So he needs a lot of literacy, not knowing that paracetamol is for headache or that Coartem is for malaria. No. He needs a lot of entrepreneurship and all that. So if you can get a platform for pharmacy, or if you can, I can even support. You understand? You want to see the evidence, I can point out to whoever, whether he or she can work with us, where it is that you can go. From time to time, those mentorship programs may come up. And you can always call a colleague that is doing better than you think you are. You tell him, at times I have problems, call her mentor. This is the challenge I'm having in my family. What do you do when such things come up? Then we will share ideas together. So you can't do it alone. Just like I'm not doing it alone. It's a teamwork. And you need that partnership for you to try.
Alright, I think at this point in time we should summarize so that we can
just some big points. Before you treat any disease, you have to find out the history. It's very important to find out the history. And I hope you are hearing me. Waiting make crayfish back there. We have to find out from we left school 20 years ago. What was this person doing? What happened along the line? The history is very important. Because if you don't find out the history, we can repeat that same history. That's the point I want to make. More than I will not give you where this goes up for my head. Let's find out the history. From the history, we'll see where the solution will come. That's what I want to make.
Okay, sorry. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for these contributions. And what if I can actually deduce something from this conversation? We need to probably slow down, and look at these things. The other thing is more straightforward. You understand? When this other guy goes in further analysis, we end up having people on ground, not necessarily welfare consumers that are abroad. Just people look at what this guy, you understand? And the people to it more. So, we're moving into what next? Is it the game? The game, okay. So, the level of the community to be championed by Amat.
Thank you, everyone. Please help me settle down. Felix, Mr. Felix, please come forward. Chile and Murray, please sit down.
We are about to do
something interesting. Sit down, please. Sit down.
Mama, sit down, please. Enjoy yourself.
So, we are going to do some games. Make sure you are on the same table with people that you trust. Yes, the win is going to be a table win. Do you understand? If you
particular win is a table win.
John, where is it? John, sit down.
John, sit down. So we have like 60 questions, 4 questions actually. Yes, 60, but we're not going to ask everything, no. We just make it for 3 hours and we are done, so we can go and get ready for dinner. So you pick any number from this red box. When you pick Pandora's box, can you sit down? We call the Pandora's box, not devil's milk bag. Pandora's box. So you pick and we ask you any of the questions. So if this table picks, everybody is free on that table to answer. Then if you get it, they will note it. So the table that wins will there is a gift for the table that wins. We will announce it after. Thank you. So again, is going around.
Let me start from here. That's what I want. We should be one thing.
All the other people should be one thing.
What do you do? Is that what I first? How do I do? Are you revealing this one or after the other side?
Let them just speak that.
Some people take a lot.
If they pick it too early, they start researching on it.
The question is on that list, right?
Somebody from your table should go to the other side. You have a very good advantage. Yes, sorry. You have a very good advantage.
2-4. So what happened?
Question number 40. Where do we do our clinical rotations in Toka? Correct. Please, a round of applause. Hospital, so
Innocent wasn't a class rep.
Right. We're still making progress. Are you now your wife has exhausted your answers? Right. Tell us something you feel very few people knew in our class.
How can you bring political questions?
the shortest in our class. The maybe by the time we give our answer, you may have to answer another one, or we now debate whether the answer is correct or wrong. For me, the answer was somebody who was even described as a toy in a class. Senator Kutu Esutu.
Next round of questions. Very intriguing game, really. Yeah, we're getting to it. So we move over to the table, first table, right? The number please.
24. About 34. The question goes like this. Who said Apple is a professor of what? Okay, first number. So what's your number? 43. Alright, don't change the question.
That's the fun.
The last thing that your question do like this, that would be another thing. You should have done that. So that's what it will be.
Yeah,
call out the full number of any family of the church. Call out the full number of any family of your church.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Class couple.
Yeah.
In our class, in terms of expected questions. What was the greatest exam shocker in our class in terms of expected questions? In terms of
So can you submit your drawing?
Are you done with drawing?
Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness, please, you put it. Let me see.
If you not just ready to get comfortable. Please help us evaluate this anatomical specimen.
We do a very skeleton.
Us through all these 20 years plus counting. Leaving University of Nigeria on October and taking our oaths in December 2003. It's been God, and we thank God for life. And really, as we come together for the first time, let us use this opportunity to continue to network, continue to bond, continue to help each other, and develop business ideas that will enable us as friends, as brothers and sisters, as colleagues, move ourselves up and forward. Join together. There is so much strength in unity that if we come together and continue to come together with what we've done through this reunion, will continue to achieve great heights.
Class reunion, the first one we are putting together, and I'm so excited. Very, very excited.
There have been a lot of experiences, but I think the major one is classmates and friends that I've not seen for a long time. There are many of them that I've not seen since we graduated, imagine 20 years. And seeing them looking good, looking fresh, I think that reconnection, it's an experience I can't really quantify.
Yes, my pharmacy is in Lagos State. Lifeguard pharmacy. Lifeguard. At Iba. Yes. So, what else?
After 20 years being of Nigeria, because of my school sciences precisely, there was some opportunities to see each other again. So, though along the line, we were able to come across some of our stages. Probably by virtue of the fact that some of us stay in the same place, or during our usual conferences, we run into some of the truth remains that a good number of us have not been able to see each other. Like in this very union, I know a number of people I'm seeing for the first time after graduation.
The position of country director in Liberia and deputy country director in Nigeria for GHSC PSL. Dr. Innocent Birmingham holds a Doctor of Public Health from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hills, NC, a Master of Public Health from the University of Liverpool, UK, and Pharmacy from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Isn't that
happiness is out of this world? Incidentally, I was one of the CPC, Central Planning Committee members. They said I will have a wonderful outing. It was a very daunting task, but here we are today. People flew from all over the world to make this. I'm happy to see a lot of them. I haven't seen them since we left school. And it's going to be an opportunity for us to work, to share our best sides. If there is any adjective better than happy, I would have used it. So I'm very happy to be here. It's a memorable event.
Okay. On behalf of sorry. On behalf of Rotary class, you understand, present this award to Aboma as the lady with the most unique contribution to the good of pharmacy.
I want to thank all the organizing committee members, thank all of us that made our time to actually attend this reunion, and it's my hope that this is a sign of good things yet to come. So this is a good platform for us to start, and from there, continue to move forward.
About this first one, it turned out to be so wonderful. From the organization, to the coordination, to everything. You started on a very high scale, and I want to plead with my colleagues, those people in charge, to continue to give them. They are solidly behind them, and give them all the support they need. I love them all.
I'm with the laugh for a living. They never saw me coming, can never be. We put Jimmy well on me go bed.